Time is 6:01 p.m. on June 12th. This is time and place for the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. My name is Chad Scott, and I'll be conducting this hearing. If you'll have to forgive me, I have forgotten my script today, so I'm going to be winging it from up here. But I've done it enough times that I get the gist. So I'll go ahead and start off the planning and zoning with a roll call. Commissioner Blitman,
Here.
Commissioner Birch,
Here.
Commissioner Colson,
Here.
Commissioner Murphy,
Here.
Commissioner Wickstrom? Here. All right, just some protocols for how we conduct these meetings. First up, we'll have staff give the presentation. We'll listen to their presentation, then we will call up the applicant. During that presentation, the commissioners will ask questions and whatnot. We'll call up the applicant to provide their presentation, then followed by questions with the applicant. We'll open it up to the public for their discussion and any kind of potential issues they want to bring up. Those coming to the front with the public, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please give your name and address when you come up. After the public speaks, the commission will turn it back over to staff for discussion, and then we'll have the applicant come forward again. They'll have 10 minutes for a rebuttal if necessary, and then we will deliberate and vote on the item. So from there, I'll go ahead and move to start off with our unfinished business. The first thing is item number 2024-02581-ZOA, Ada County Development Services. This is that zoning ordinance text amendment that we've been working on for many months now. That was tabled from last month, and just for everyone's awareness, the public hearing on this specific item is closed. We're just voting on some of the changes we made that the staff has provided for us. So with that being said, I open up to my fellow commissioners for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Blitman?
I move that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of project number 2024-02-581-ZOA to Board of County Commissioners with one change to the memo that is attached. It's under solar facilities. It's item 12345. It should say incorporating standards for long-term bonding and insurance for safe operations and decommissioning of solar facilities.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Murphy has seconded. Do you want to speak to your motion, Commissioner Blitman?
We talked a lot about it last time, so I think we're in good shape.
Commissioner Murphy, do you want to speak on it at all? No, Mr. Chairman. Any additional conversation want to be had on the current item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it to the vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Blitman's motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
I also say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. We have finally completed the zoning ordinance. Mr. Letson.
Thank you very much.
All right, next item we have, next item we have is item number 2024-0271, it's 2701-PC-CPA, and this is SVP LLC. And we turn it over to Mr. Moore for the staff report.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Brent Moore with Ada County Development Services. Before you is a planned community comprehensive plan amendment for the Shadow Valley Planned Community. And as an overview, the planned community process requires 2 steps. The first is a comprehensive plan amendment to designate the property as planned community on the future land use map and adopt a comprehensive plan for the site. The second step would adopt a zoning ordinance for the property and include more detailed information regarding design and infrastructure. The intent of requiring 2 steps is to first determine the overall feasibility of the plan and compatibility of the site prior to proceeding with more in-depth design work. So as you'll see on this flow chart, prior to submitting the application, the applicant did attend 2 scoping sessions with affected service providers, transportation agencies to receive input. They then hosted 2 public involvement sessions with surrounding residents to gather their input. They then submitted their application, staff transmitted it to affected agencies, mailed notices to surrounding property owners, which brings us to the public hearing tonight. And following your recommendation, it will go on to the Board of County Commissioners for a final decision. And if approved, the applicant would go through this process again a second time for the more detailed implementation plan. As part of the application, numerous studies and analyses were submitted regarding the topics listed on the screen, detailing how each would be impacted and addressed by the development. The purpose for these documents is to demonstrate a demand for the development, provide a plan for urban services, ensure the project won't overwhelm service providers or the transportation network, or negatively impact the natural environment. And here's an overview of the property, which encompasses approximately 560 acres in two pieces along Highway 55 between Dry Creek Ranch and the Avamore planned communities. And here's a closer view of the property. So this southern piece, Golf Course Estates East, you'll see it includes the Shadow Valley Golf Course, which will remain in its current state, and then some of the properties surrounding it. And then that property to the north on the west side of Highway 55 will be Foothill Estates West, which is accessed off High Valley Way off Highway 55. And this map shows how the property relates to the Dry Creek Ranch and Avamore planned communities. So you'll see that Golf Course Estates East portion abuts Dry Creek Ranch at Brookside Lane, and that northern piece abuts Avamore's properties. You can see Avamore's original beginning phases here on the east side of Highway 55, but as you may be aware, Avamore, most of their properties have been annexed into Eagle, and they're currently working to expand to the north and the west. And then just to give an idea of how this piece of property would relate to, just to show how it would relate to Avamore's master plan, the subject property is down here on the middle center of the screen. And this shows Avamore's master land use plan. So Avamore does eventually plan to extend residential development to the north and east of the subject property. So here's the proposed land use map for Shadow Valley. The community will include approximately 395 homes, 12.5 acres of commercial land uses, 118 acres of natural open space, 27 acres of developed open space, and the existing 134-acre Shadow Valley Golf Course. So the northern portion of the community will include approximately 89 detached single-family homes on lots 1 to 5 acres in size, and 118 acres would be preserved as natural open space and would include a public trail system. Primary access to the northern portion will be via High Valley Road, and a secondary access will also be required for emergency service providers, and a preliminary agreement has been reached for a second access across property owned by Avamore, which would need to be finalized as part of the second phase of the application. Water will be provided by a standalone public water system utilizing on-site wells. A community wastewater treatment facility is proposed for the southern portion of the development, while individual septic systems are proposed for the northern portion. Pressurized irrigation will be provided from wells and reused water from the wastewater treatment facility. And just to look closer at the Golf Course Estates East portion, this part of the development will include approximately 306 housing units comprised of attached and detached single-family homes. And commercial areas will also be provided around the Shadow Valley Golf Course Clubhouse along Highway 55 and the area around the Stone Crossing Event Center located along Brookside Lane. And an outdoor food court with a beverage service building, outdoor seating, and food truck parking is proposed for the area around the golf course clubhouse. And plans for the commercial area along Brookside Lane include the potential expansion of the Stone Crossing Event Center and additional uses such as a restaurant, coffee shop, bed and breakfast, boutique hotel, and meal pickup and delivery service. And as only 109 school-aged children are projected to live within the community at full build-out, a new school building was not deemed necessary by the West Ada School District. The district has instead requested a school bus parking and storage area be provided to assist with the district's transportation needs, which will be located on the civic space shown on the bottom of the screen. School bus stops will also be provided within the community to schools in the West Ada School District. And there is also a charter school in Avamore and a proposed charter school in Dry Creek Ranch that will also provide education options for residents. And in addition to the school bus parking, the civic space is also proposed to include a remote sheriff's office building and Ada Community Library book drop-off location. A comprehensive plan has been developed for the property, which includes the future vision for the site, including a description of the future land uses and goals and policies regarding transportation, housing, public services, trails, pathways, and open space. And the applicant has submitted a draft trails plan for the property. The trails are shown on the black dotted lines on the map. So this is the draft plan. It can be refined further as part of the second phase. And then I will just note this red arrow here on the second image shows the location of that secondary emergency access that would be required for emergency response. And a traffic impact study was developed in coordination with ITD and ACHD that outlines off-site roadway improvements that would be required to mitigate the development's impact on surrounding roadways. Mitigations will include the addition of a center turn lane on Highway 55 at Spring Creek Way, the addition of a northbound right turn lane and southbound left turn lane from Highway 55 onto Spring Creek Way, and the addition of a northbound left turn lane from Highway 55 onto High Valley Way. Traffic in the area will also be improved by the addition of a new signalized intersection being installed at the Dry Creek Road and Highway 55 intersection, and previously planned lane additions to be made in the future to Highway 55. So the images in yellow, those arrows, show improvements required to be made by the applicant as the development progresses, and the areas in orange show previously planned improvements. So this orange circle just shows the new signalized intersection at Dry Creek Road and Highway 55 that's being installed. And ACHD noted that Highway 55 is planned to be expanded to 4 lanes in this area eventually through pre-planned projects. And as the current application is for a comprehensive plan amendment and does not include a preliminary plat, no improvements would be required at this time. And here's a summary of agency comments that were received. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife requested a slick spot peppergrass survey be performed, which the applicant has completed, and there was found to be no suitable habitat for slick spot peppergrass on the property. Idaho Fish and Game requested an Ace's Onion survey. Ace's Onion is an Idaho sensitive species, and the applicant performed this survey. There is some Ace's Onion on the site, which the applicant will work to minimize impacts to as part of the second phase. So they'll use that survey to design the second phase in a way which minimizes impacts to the areas where there are Ace's Onion. Eagle Fire will require the secondary access agreement for the north portion of the development to be finalized in the second phase of the application. The Ada County building official noted a fire protection plan would be required. The Ada County engineer noted that groundwater drawdown information will be required as part of the second phase of the application to ensure the wells don't negatively impact surrounding properties. And while the subject property is not within an area of impact, the City of Boise expressed opposition due to concerns regarding public services, traffic, wildlife, wildfires, and water quality. And here's a summary of public comments received. The Golden Eagle Audubon Society asked that riparian areas and open spaces be protected to the extent possible, that wildfire risks and water usage be minimized, and that the development be designed to reduce negative impacts to birds. And concerns were also expressed generally regarding increased traffic, loss of natural open space and wildlife habitat, and increased risk of wildfire. And concern was expressed regarding the existing lighting at the Shadow Valley Golf Course and the safety of the golf course's existing entrance off Highway 55. Excuse me. And it was requested that lots smaller than 10 acres in size not be allowed on the property directly across Highway 55 from the golf course. And concerns were expressed regarding the proposed designation of the Stone Crossing Event Center property as commercial due to potential adverse impacts relating to traffic, lighting, noise, and parking to the residents to the south. And concerns were also expressed regarding potential noise, exhaust, and traffic impacts associated with the school bus parking area. So just did want to point out the Stone Crossing Event Center because a couple residents commented on that. So this is an existing event center that's operating right now, but the proposal is to add some additional commercial uses here, which staff is supportive of additional commercial services, excuse me, in the area. We feel that we feel like the concerns regarding the commercial uses can be addressed through potential limits to hours of operation, noise, lighting, and parking as part of the zoning ordinance that will be submitted with the second phase. So the second phase, the applicant will submit their own zoning ordinance to regulate all these properties, the different land uses. And so staff feels an appropriate time to address that commercial property would be through the zoning ordinance as part of the second phase of the application. And then just wanted to point out that 11-acre parcel here across from the golf course, there was a request that remain zoned for 10-acre lots, where this proposed residential estate lot zone allows lots between 1 to 5 acres, depending on Central District Health approval. In conclusion, staff finds that concerns which have been raised have been adequately addressed by the submitted plans, studies, analyses, and agency conditions, and that as detailed in the findings of fact, the proposed application has been found to meet the required findings of the Ada County Code and is recommending approval. This concludes my presentation, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Excuse me. Do any of the commissioners have questions for staff? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking through, couldn't find it in my notes, but for the property that is east of 55, what is the total size of that area?
This property here?
No.
Just this whole entire property?
No, the one, I'm sorry, west of 55, I apologize.
I have it in my notes.
Yeah, I was looking through it.
I think it's the total project is approximately 560
Like 60.
acres. So I believe it was 320.
Approximately is fine.
Yeah, something like that. I think it was about 300. Well, I don't know, 250 to 300. I'll look through my notes.
Okay.
See if I can pull that up later for you.
Right, thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Blutman?
I wondered if you could clarify for me, and I probably didn't listen close enough. So the water is going to be their own little water supply? So it's the private municipal portable water is through the Shadow Valley Plan Community?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, that's correct. The applicant is proposing to use their own water, their own wells to provide water to the development.
For both parcels?
Yeah, for both pieces. Yeah.
But the sewer is not connected, right? So tell me about the sewer.
Yeah, so for sewer, the southern portion east of Highway 55, a wastewater treatment facility is planned for that property, but septic systems, individual septic is proposed for the northern portion.
And in the work that we did, is it Amivar that's north of here?
Avamore?
Avamore, yeah. Do they have septic systems or do they have a private water supply?
Avamore does have a wastewater treatment
It
facility.
has a
so-
wastewater treatment facility. Are there any other properties around there that have their own sewers that aren't like old houses that have been there a long time?
There are some large lots around here. To the south, those lots around septic. You can't really see them here, but there's 10 large lots
Okay.
here just to the south Shadow Valley Estates, which utilize septic systems.
Okay. One more question. Did the city of Eagle give us any input similar to the city of Boise? So the city of Boise said, hey, this is too much for our facilities. Did the city of Eagle give us any input?
Commissioner Blitman, we didn't receive any response from Eagle. We did transmit to them, and I did follow up regarding the trails plan, but we didn't receive any correspondence from
Okay,
them.
thank you.
Any additional questions from the commissioners? Okay. With that being said, then we'll go ahead and invite the applicant forward. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Change the slide. This guy? Yeah. That way?
Oh,
Towards that, okay. Okay. Hello, my name is Kirsten Dietrich. I'm the planning consultant for Shadow Valley Plan Community. My address is 16 Lost River Drive, and that's in McCall, 83638. Brent did an absolutely wonderful job of kind of recapping a really large application. And so I'll probably try and race through my presentation a little bit because I said a lot of the same things. So just generally, as he described, the step one, where we're at, this is a very long application process. So we're in the comprehensive plan and text amendment process. The next step will actually be the plan community process. So right now, we're just really laying the groundwork and doing the pre-engineering reporting to inform our plan community application.
is that not working?
Uh-oh.
Second,
Might have to go to a different view. You go to menu and I think there's a presentation on.
Do you want me to just look at you and then you can,
and I
Press
can,
the button.
I can always just,
You go to view, yeah, try that, and then try full screen mode, see if that doesn't work.
oh, there we go. All right, is that working? There we go.
go? Okay. So Larry Kine is the developer, and he's put together a really robust team of Idaho engineers and qualified team members to build our consultant group. So everyone's working really hard to lay the critical details of the community development. It's important to note that this development is going to pay for itself and create its own municipal infrastructure, which is really important in this time and in this area where growth is kind of run rapidly, slightly faster than the comprehensive plan. Let's see, our team will continue to partner with Ada County staff and agencies to bring this amazing plan community to life. It's been an absolute pleasure working with county staff, and we feel like that's a great partnership, and we're looking forward to continuing on to step 2 in the application process. We've also worked really hard to do neighbor engagement. Neighbor engagement comes with neutral, positive, and negative feedback. Most of the negative feedback we've received is in regards to the existing Stone Crossing Event Center. It's important to note that their event center was approved in 2009 as a zoning certificate, which was then updated through CUP in 2022, I think, which allowed for additional occupancy at the event center. They're in kind of a growth pattern themselves. They have some right-of-way improvements and parking improvements that need to occur as conditioned in their CUP, but they're now also part of our planned community application. And so it's reasonable to think that some of their improvements need to be timed with the planned community application. Technically, they had until 2027, I think, to complete some of their improvements. So just a note as you receive public comments on that. Some of the other agency comments we're really looking to incorporate in our plan. The Audubon Society's comments were really helpful. And this project is unique in that it preserves an extensive amount of open space, natural open space and developed open space that will really support their goals. So that's something I can speak to a little later in this presentation. So important to note, consultant reporting drives the sub-area comprehensive plan, as Brent mentioned. So all of the engineering and the field reporting that we are gathering right now will be included in our planned community application. It's important to note, like, this area has been predominantly subdivided. We basically are bookended by Avamore and Dry Creek Ranch, which is other planned communities. So it's unique in that we can provide really thoughtful infill in this area. and help to provide more single-family housing that our region is experiencing. Just one note on economic and population growth that we got from our economic market reporting that we had to do for this application. They focused on a 7-county market area region, which includes Ada, Boise, Canyon, Elmore, Gem, Owyhee, and Payette counties. And since 2021, we've seen an average annual economic growth rate of 3.7%, with a population growth rate in those counties of 2.7%. So no matter how difficult change or growth may be for some of us, people are really moving to Idaho, and they want homes to live in. So we want to help provide that. To talk about land use, I'll probably just glaze over this because Brent did such a good job. Again, we have pretty low density, medium density housing and estate residential housing, in addition to the neighborhood commercial offerings that we're looking to provide, which are already there in CUP fashion. We just want to extend, provide expanded services like cafe, coffee, touchdown office space, that kind of thing. There's the answer to one of the questions that commissioners had. The west area is in total 290 acres. The east area is 268 acres. It's important to note on the east area, the golf course makes up 130 acres. So let's see, we kind of talked about that. So 130 acres is golf course. We're talking about adding to some degree developed open space in the form of about 20 additional acres. So that'll include trails, pathways, sidewalks, pickleball facilities for the development, and also internal park systems. The east side provides direct access to the golf course, which is special. Let's see, on the west side, those are more estate style lots that we're planning for. I mean, it's too early to necessarily talk about exactly what it's gonna be because we're still working through design work, which will come in the planned community application. But those areas provide panoramic views and foothills living of up to 89 units with extensive natural open space. So up on the west side, the dark green areas that we've preserved are natural open space in the amount of 118 acres. And that's where we're hoping to do natural trail systems as well. Let's see, urban public services have been touched on, but I'll just quickly go through it again. Eagle Fire, we've worked well with Eagle Fire to make sure that they can support the community needs and providing that secondary access. Ada County Paramedics, we're working with both ITD and ACHD on roadway improvements to support the development. West Ada School District has been great to work with. We'll pick back up with them after the public hearings, this public hearing cycle, to confirm the amount of bus parking that they need. And we are reserving the space for the remote sheriff's office and the book drop. As Brent noted, we are providing municipal wastewater, potable water system, and irrigation, and expanded neighborhood commercial offerings, as well as zoning those existing uses correctly as neighborhood commercial. I just did want to note, because we've received public comment on that, so there's a difference between neighborhood commercial and what we think of as general commercial. So for the purposes of our application, neighborhood commercial really is small business, local retail shops or cafes, thinking like coffee shops, small bistro takeaway stuff, and perhaps like a small offices or the remote sheriff's office. We're not talking about strip malls, corporate offices, or retail centers, or larger big branded stores. For housing, again, we already kind of went through that, but I'll say it again. There's one small zone on the east side that is duplex attached, townhome style, kind of lock and leave, somebody mows your lawn, part-time residents. Could be full-time too. Then we have single-family homes in the form of estates and medium-low density and medium density. And then a critical part of this is providing CCRs that do not preclude renting. That's an important staple in diverse housing. We want to allow renting throughout the community so that that's an option for people. So I guess the keystone of this development is really recreation. We have unmatched recreational amenities that we're looking to provide in the form of the golf, pickleball facilities, and then trails and connectivity. and with extensive amounts of developed and natural open space. So I'd like to let Larry Kine, the developer, speak for a minute, so I'll close down. But in conclusion, our team, the entire consultant and engineering team, is really looking forward to continuing work with staff to coordinate with agencies and meet codes and ordinances and make sure that we are carefully reviewing staff reports and findings to ensure a really solid planned community development. So thank you for your time tonight. I'll let Larry speak.
Good evening, Larry Kine. I'm the developer for this project.
Can we get your address, please?
My address is 250 Northwest Franklin Avenue, and it's in Bend, Oregon, 97703. So we did the project right below this, which was the Shadow Valley Estates. And we've been working on this project for a long, long time. And I'll give you a little bit of history on this project. The golf course was developed like in the 50s and 60s, and the community of Eagle came out and helped rake rocks to build it. So no chance in the world that we'd ever get rid of that golf course. We would be, crucified if we ever did that. So it's a great golf course. It's well received. I think it's been voted, one of the #1 golf courses in all of Idaho. That's a public golf course, and it has great play. People love it. A little bit on the background for the water and the city of Eagle and all that type of stuff that's going on. The city of Eagle, our initial reaction was to go and get annexed in with the city of Eagle. City of Eagle had some tremendous requirements for bringing in sewer and water that was just completely made the project unfeasible. And so in going through and looking at that, the water in this area is really spotty. If you get up in the foothills, it's very thin on water. I mean, you just get half a mile away up in the foothills and almost no water. You get down in Spring Creek and tremendous abundance of water down there. We have 3 wells at the golf course, and they all are very productive wells, thousands of gallons a minute, and we only use one of them. And we burn 500,000 gallons a night on the golf course. And we only need to use one of the 3 wells that we have. So there's a tremendous amount of water in that there, and that water is one of the oldest all those wells are the oldest wells in that whole community because the golf course was there before any of the other houses or any of the other things. So we've already turned in our water applications with the Idaho Water Resources, and we've gone through that whole process. There was a couple of there's 4 protests. One was the city of Eagle, one was Dry Creek, and then 2 residences in that area. What we offer to do with the residences in that area that were on Spring Creek is we're going to go and we're going to take a water line right to their houses. In the event that their wells ever fail, we'll give them water. They'll have to go pay the public utility price for that, but they would have no additional cost for that because we have an abundance of water where the wells will be for that. The city of Eagle, back when the previous mayor was there, the real reasons that they wanted this to get annexed into the city is they live on fees, basically. That's what he told us. And then some connectivity. They don't have a great connectivity for their water from the east side to the west side, and they're taking it all the way up through Avamore and back down around to Brookside for trying to connect that water, and they were hoping that we would go pay for a lot of that, which made it unfeasible for us. So I've worked a lot with the city of Eagle. They protested our water rights, and we actually have a settlement in the process with them. So I think their concerns have now been completely dismissed. The traffic for the area, getting in and out of the Spring Creek that's on the north side closest to Avamore is treacherous, especially on certain times of the year. This project here will go make a connection from those roads all the way down to Brookside, which is a lighted intersection. Once everybody understood that, that was up there in that neighborhood, and that we would go provide them potable water in the event that their wells ever failed, it seemed like the vast majority of the people that we had contacted were completely satisfied and actually relieved that that was the case, that they'd have much better access on and off 55 at a lighted intersection, and they didn't have any more concerns about their water. The issues with Dry Creek that we had with them was, to be honest, Jim Hunter thought that he deserved to develop this property, not me. And so he was protesting that. We're in negotiations now And he has a water rights going on, so he has backed off, and he actually is in communications with us to see if he could go build out some of the community. So all of the oppositions that we had going through the water resources have basically faded away, and there's an abundance of water. We've done that research. And this project is really one that, let me talk a little bit about on the west side of the foothills. You see we have a lot of open space, but that doesn't even talk about what the real open spaces is. Most of the lots up there in the plan right now that we have are going to be 1 3/4 to maybe 2.5 or 3 acre lots. But inside those lots, there's going to be a restricted area of development. So most of those are going to have like a 1/4 acre of where they can actually develop anything of any intensity, be it their lawns, their houses, or anything. So even amongst those 89 lots, you're going to end up having about over 100 acres of open space. I'm done.
Do the commissioners have any questions for either of them? Commissioner Birch.
Yeah, excuse me, actually, I have quite a few questions, and so if you can bear with me a little bit. So some of those questions came up in connection with the presentation just now. Who is the target buyer for the homes in that subdivision?
You know, the target buyer is going to be, we really see that there's 3 markets in there. There's the market of the townhomes, and we've done many townhomes around golf courses in neighborhoods. And we anticipate that the vast majority of those are people that will come, they'll be there, and when it gets kind of gloomy in the winter, they'll probably lock it up and go away. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them will be people of that caliber, and it's going to be very easy. It's the active adults that want to go and play a bunch, play some golf, go mountain biking, doing all those types of things, and don't want to have to worry about, you know, a lot of maintenance around their houses and things of that nature. Then the other portions, the single-family homes residences that will be over there, I really see that that's a different mix. That's going to be, you know, younger families, you know, that like activity outdoors. We're going to have a lot of mountain bike paths that are, actually we'll have a lot of bike paths that are paved that connect to dirt paths so they can go up into the foothills and all over the property that we're going to be developing. And then those will connect to Avamore's trails also. And so I see it as a very active community, and that activity could be young families, it could be younger, you know, adults, and it could be some older people that have, you know, love to golf and want to be right there, and they can take their golf carts and have it parked in their house and go right to the golf course and start playing golf. On the other side, we see those as, you know, people that really admire amazing views. If you get back up on top of that, they want open space. They don't want their neighbor right next to them. They want to be able to go and see, you know, the whole city of Eagle in a lot of cases, all the mountains and the timber and the golf courses. And so we see that as a different type of person that's a little more conscious of having space around them.
How was it determined that there would only be 109 youth there, would be teenage or younger? I mean, that's basically a quarter of the one child for a quarter of the homes, correct? You're talking about 395 homes, but 109 children.
Yeah, you know, that came from a study that we commandeered from someone else. That wasn't what we did. We gave them what that was, and that was part of that economic package. And so they came back over and they said, okay, in these types of communities that are around golf communities and those types of things, that's what they came back with from
And that
historical
may have
data.
been because a typical golf community might be older residents.
Correct.
Whereas you're talking about some of this development attracting younger people. So that number probably is not right.
Of-
The 109.
You know, I don't know what to predict on that. I mean,
The-
there's a lot of affluent younger people these days that work remotely, and I'm seeing that in all markets across the Northwest. And so it's fun to go see that. So they might be.
The presentation that was made said that there would be no restrictions on rentals. So what would keep out-of-state investors or people here just buying those properties and using them for Airbnbs, Verbos, or long-term rentals? Anything?
I'm a big property rights advocate, and so there will be, we won't do anything on the west. a lot of those types of properties that go do that, like on the west side up there, I don't see that that's going to be a big concern for up there. The price point of those probably aren't going to be conducive for any type of real return on investment that would be reasonable. As you get around to the golf course, those ones possibly could be closer. I don't know that they'd be very compatible for regular month-to-month rentals, because I think the price point will still be difficult to make a decent return on investment. But, some Airbnbs could very well be profitable in that location.
Chairman, can I continue? Normally, the way that these meetings would proceed would be that after the applicant was finished, the public would have the ability to come in and speak. In this case, the public, a number of the people that have submitted letters have submitted some with similar concerns. Are you familiar with the letters in opposition that have been submitted?
Yes, most of the opposition that we've encountered has been toward water traffic and then the existence of the event center that's already in operation.
And objection to allowing further commercial in there, correct? That seems to be a consistent theme. They don't want it changed from residential to allow any more commercial.
Yeah, and to that effect, there's a lot of commercial right beside us. With Dry Creek, all that frontage right there is designated for commercial along Highway 55. And then up in Avamore, they have a significant commercial. So the commercial that we anticipated going and seeing here, if I could do it with no commercial and the code would allow it, I would. But the code doesn't really allow that. To go do a planned unit development, you have to have some type of thing to show that you're going to reduce some amount of traffic to other locations. And so the traffic is required in this type of development. And so, the golf course does that. The golf course over there is existing, and we could go do further development on that with a restaurant and all those types of things. So on that particular location, it's not really applicable to having that be a criteria, because we could go do that regardless of if we got this approved or not. Stone Crossing, excuse me, thank you. They are similar. They have some restraints because they have a conditional use permit that puts some boundaries on them. I think the vast majority of what they want to go do, when the public hears what they want to go do, as far as some dining in that area, and some additional maybe pre-prepared food prep that they're thinking about going and doing, where people can just go grab those and take them home and then kind of cook them. That seems to be a very growing business across the whole United States. And so the main reason Stone Crossing wanted to be involved with us was to be a good steward and be able to get hooked up to the sewer system. It's tough when you have a commercial operation, specifically a restaurant type, that you're preparing foods and doing different things like that, that's not conducive to standard septic systems. That's very difficult on those. And so when you have a higher level of processing of that waste, that is much more conducive, and it's really conducive in a membrane system when you have a number of houses that dilute that stronger sewage. And so that's their main purpose for wanting to do that, is they're actually trying to be good stewards and also save them some costs on what their septic costs might be for the future. But for the most part, they can do not 100%, I don't want to give you a misrepresent, but they can do a lot of what will already be allowed if they get approved in this application. Is that correct, Brent?
Yeah, just for some background on Stone Crossing. So they are approved for currently events for up to 250 people. They've got full approval for that conditional use permit. It was mentioned several years ago, they did submit to increase the number of people they could have at their events. And that was conditionally approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. They just haven't completed all those required conditions for approval at this point, like parking, lighting, things like that, landscape plan. So they have applied for time extensions. So the application's still active, but it's not approved yet because they're still, until they complete their conditions, if that makes sense. So they're approved for 250. They made an application to expand to larger events, but it's conditionally approved, but they haven't met the conditions yet.
Thank you. So one of the persons that wrote in that objected had said that there would be commercial right adjacent to his property. And so is the commercial that's proposed fixed, or is it possible to say, no, we do need commercial, but we don't need it adjacent to any existing residences?
I don't know how to pull back up the map. It'd be
I
helpful to pull that up for somebody who knows. Can you zoom in even more on just the
Maybe
west side?
Let's see, maybe I'll go to my presentation.
While he's looking at that. The commercial that, there's basically 3 spots for commercial, and one of them is kind of commercial, one's kind of actually public facilities. So the 2 places that we're going to have commercial, one is at the golf course that we could go do anyway. We could continue to go do that. So that's around the clubhouse. So that's insulated from everybody that's already there. And so that's where that food truck lot would go, and it expanded commercial of that use. The other commercial is at the Stone Crossing. It's already operational. The third piece that is kind of commercial is the public facilities, where we're going to go put a small building there that'll house for the police officers, the sheriff, so they can go over there, they can take a break, they can do paperwork and do things of that nature, and they'll have like 6 or 7 buses that the school district wanted. The reason they wanted those buses there from us was to kind of help traffic trips. So when they had to get a bus, they didn't have to take it from downtown Eagle or some other location, drive it all the way back up there, drive it all the way back. It would already be in the locations kind of close to where those schools were. And so that's what they requested for what that is. And then the library is just, to drop off a book or 2 that you might have gotten. And so those are the commercials. If we could move the place for the police and the bus barns, but I just don't really see that that's a huge impact, in my opinion. Everybody has their own opinion. But the other ones, whether this gets approved or not, it's not changing what's happening to them. And some of those people that live right next to that, I 100% get it. They're not going to be happy when all the commercial is built right next to this property that's part of Dry Creeks that's already approved as well.
And one last point. I don't know if Debbie and Stephen Chrysler are here, but they had written a letter that was very critical of what the developer has promised would be done on the property and what has actually been done. And they went point by point through a number of things. And as I read that, I didn't know how accurate it is, but I was very concerned reading all of the things that they said were promised to be done and they said weren't done. And so I'm sure that if they are here, I'm sure that's going to come up later. So I thought I would just ask you up front about it.
I'll take that one. Kirsten Dietrich. Do I need to state my address again?
You're good.
Okay. So we're aware of those questions on Stone Crossing, and I really don't want that to take away from the development is so large. This is just one piece, right? So just to recap what we're required to do, a planned community is required to supply their planned community with neighborhood commercial, like boutique commercial offerings. Stone Crossing, they have their approved conditional use that's been in place for years. So it started with the zoning certificate in 2009. The Dry Creek homes were built in about 2018. So the folks across Brookside Lane that bought those homes bought across from an existing approved use. The CUP that Stone Crossing applied for would expand those uses, right? And part of what the conditions are is they have to improve their right-of-way, they have to do landscaping, they have to expand their parking lot, they have to improve their driveway. That is basically pending if they are included in our application. So it makes sense. We're in a situation where the comprehensive plan has grown quickly, right, out in this area. It absolutely makes sense, instead of having a zoning certificate or a CUP, for them to have a correctly zoned parcel. So that piece where it says NC on the picture, the Stone Crossing Event Center, neighborhood commercial will not will not go past that NC line of their parcel. Like, that's the limits of it. Everything that's directly adjacent to that is our new development. The complaints come predominantly from Dry Creek Ranch across Brookside Lane. And I totally understand the complaint side of things. You know, weddings are loud sometimes. It sounds like there's been complaints to code enforcement. And those are conditional things that can be easily controlled through our zoning. So noise can be limited to non-amplified noise. That we can also have hours set accordingly. Like, I think right now they're not supposed to play music past 10 p.m. or something like that. So it's just making sure that those kinds of things are enforced and put in place. But to Larry's point, I think people are going to want a coffee shop and they're going to want the takeaway food. And I think once Stone Crossing isn't kind of in this application limbo, they can continue to improve their parking situation. We've also been asked by ACHD to provide a better access to Stone Crossing through our development, which that would come in the phase 2, right, in the planned community. Once our engineers get designing, we'll figure out on that piece. We just got that comment. We would figure out a better driveway access into Stone Crossing that would eliminate the approach on Brookside. So I know it's hard for people to wait for things to get better, but construction takes some time, and so does our planning applications. So I think Stone Crossing, they've got some work to do, but we need to let the process kind of happen, and planning comes before construction. So they technically, I think they have those conditions that they're allowed to have time until 2027 to do their baseline things. Or if they're rezoned as part of our project, we'll figure out how that gets phased in our early phases, if that makes sense.
One of the things that they.
Can I add one?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Yeah,
So all of those comments are about Stonecrest. They're not about me.
okay.
And that's existing. We did the development across the way. We don't have any of those complaints. So those complaints are towards Stone Crossing that will continue whether this gets approved or not. And and they may not think this, but her point is good. It's just not crystal clear. If it gets approved in this, we'll have more control over it. Some of the problems that they end up having from there is, okay, a wedding gets over at 10 or 10:30 or whatever, right? And they're all now in the parking lot. They're loud. They're obnoxious, right? Most of them probably drunk, hooting and hollering, yelling, throwing rice balls. It's a great time, right? For them. It's not such a great time for the people across the street that have little kids that they just woke up or their dogs are barking or whatever. That sucks. Well, I'll be honest, right? We wouldn't want that. The other part about it is they all leave at one time at night. All of those cars are shining lights in the back of these people's houses, right? That's not going to change, whether this gets approved or not. What it can change is that better access, right? And so that we can go and get those improvements done, and now that access point won't come right and aim right at the back of some of those houses right there. That access point will actually come down and parallel Brookside and come over to where the street makes a four-way intersection. If you can see right down there at the edge of the NC right there, that's now lined up straight across from an entrance in Dry Creek. Now all those cars will be coming down, going through there, and at least the headlights will go away, right? The people that are happy, joyous, that ain't going away whether you approve this or not.
Now, one of the points that was just mentioned was amplified music. Would you be amenable to say, no, you can't have amplified music?
Well, why would we take away something they already have?
Well, in your development.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think I would take away something that somebody already has. I don't think that's fair.
No, but you're asking for approval to do this development now.
Yep.
And I'm saying in this development, if a condition was no amplified music, would you agree to that?
No, I would not.
Okay. All right, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Murphy?
I would limit it to the times, but I wouldn't limit that.
How you doing?
Good, great.
Mr. Kine and Mrs. Dietrich. So there's a lot of players in this. Would you kindly explain, is this a merger between 3 different entities for this one particular project? Or between the Stone Crossing Group, the golf course, and the community? Are those 3 separate entities we're talking about here, trying to bundle them into one kind of approval? Or are you guys now merged into one kind of company or parent company?
It's not one parent company. There is multiple players involved in this. Myself is a common theme in all of the properties except Stone Crossing. Stone Crossing is its own entity. They run their own thing, and they came to us and asked if they could be part of it. Mainly, like I said earlier about the sewage situation, gives them much better stewardship of that whole thing. So on the other side, I'm a partner in everything on the golf course. I'm a partner on everything over on the west side. On the west side, there's 2 different ownership groups. I'm in both of those ownership groups. One of them was the original one that we did Shadow Valley Estates on. That was DBSI. Do you remember DBSI, anybody? So DBSI had that property and went to jail. And so what ended up happening is they called me to try to go save them, because it's 30 different investors across the entire country that are just passive, that just put their money in hoping to get a return. And so they were completely upside down. They paid $5 million for that piece of property, and it was now appraised for $300,000. So they came to me and asked if I could do something to try to help save any part of their investment. We came in and we did Shadow Valley, and so they own those original investors. Some of them have passed away, and it's some of their heirs.
That's fine. Thank you. I was just wondering
Okay.
if it was 3 entities or 1 entity for this particular
Yeah.
thing. Sorry to interrupt
Okay,
you 1
yeah,
second.
no problem. Yep.
Mr. Chair, could I ask another? So with that, it would appear as if Stone Crossing is piggybacking on your permit, and because they have a cup for 250 people, right? Currently, you said.
I think it's more than that with the one that's pending. Is that correct, Brent? It's 250 existing, but if they do some things, it'll go bigger.
But pending isn't
Oh,
now.
yes. Yes, sir.
Right. So that's what they have. And then what would you estimate, because I see it's 12 and a half acres of commercial, is that including both of the NC red squares?
Yes.
Yeah. So roughly, we'll say the Stone Crossing is about 10 acres maybe, or somewhere in there.
Yes.
And that's where the vision is to put the commercial coffee shops and this kind of stuff, correct?
There will be probably more of the coffee shops and the food truck lots are going to go in by the golf course for restaurants and different things like that. The vision that I think that they have is to continue what they're doing and then potentially have maybe a restaurant there and then some prepackaged prep food that people can order and it can be delivered or they can pick it up on their way home. I think that's what they've told me that their plan is for that.
Okay, so it's possible that the 250 they could run out of room on that probably if they didn't get their conditional use pass. Okay, thank you for that. And then one more question, Mr. Commissioner. Doesn't to the west property or the property just north? I think there's a Spring Valley Creek that runs through the northern part of that. Is that top bit going to be your 118 acres that is set aside, or just curious on what you're planning with the very top of that north, or I guess what you call west possibly portion? There's a natural creek that runs through.
It's kind of a seasonal one that's down in the bottom of the valley.
It runs through the northern part of the west or north parcel, whatever you want to call it. And I was just wondering, do you have houses abutting that or close to that, or is that kind of your open space area that you might have planned?
So I don't know if you can zoom in on that map so we make sure I want to make sure I'm communicating properly.
See if I can zoom in. Is it this kind of area up here?
Yeah, pretty much at the top of that dotted line where it says, the furthest north where it says RE.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, pretty much running through that RE, or just below it, maybe there's,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so that area, if you look on ACHD's master plan, they have a plan for a collector road to run all the way down that valley, all the way over to Willow Creek. And so that's a collector road that they have planned that goes all the way over to Avamore and then goes all the way over to Willow Creek. It's kind of a bypass on that area.
But I think the question, and that's the northern route that you were talking about, but the question was about the Spring Valley Creek, which is a physical water
They
runway.
run that road along that creek. I'm just telling you some background history. We are holding back off of that area.
Okay.
And so everything on the other side of that is
Yep, that
open
was
space.
it. Thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Blitman?
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm wondering what the current zoning of this piece of property that's on the map is. Like, what's the current zoning of that?
I believe it's RP, Rural Preservation, I believe.
And so how many, if we don't do anything, how many lots are allowed on that northern?
I'd have to double check. If it is RP, it's one home per 40 acres.
Okay.
RR is one home per 10 acres. I know the property to the south is RR, rural residential.
Okay. I got another question that is a little easier. You started to explain, which I thought was a really good, important thing, is that the building envelope or the amount that could be developed around the house was going to be like a quarter acre. So you might have an acre lot that you can only put landscaping, around that quarter. So what's the difference between developed open space and natural open space? Because when I look at the map, it's got developed open space and natural open space.
So natural open space is, kind of what it says, right? You're really not doing anything with that. There's a little bit of a tiny bit of misnomer with that, because some of those natural open spaces, we're going to go put like single track mountain bike paths and hiking paths through some of that. So it'll be very minimal. But the rest of the whole thing will be, untouched and undeveloped. Some of the other portions of that are going to be where you're going to need to do some grading, and so you're disturbing the land, and then you'll go put it back to, a lot of it will be back to natural habitat with like what we did on Shadow Valley Estates when we had to do that massive grading there. If you look back there now and you drove by there, you're gonna go see that all the sagebrush is back, all the, grasses and everything like that are all pretty well reestablished, and they're smaller, but they're all reestablished. So that's what those will be. Those areas that we're talking about, my vision, which is who's driving this ship, is that, people in that environment, want the space, but they don't need to develop, a whole acre of grass, and I don't think it's appropriate up there for that, for the water or anything else. And so, they probably do want a little place around where they might be able to have a dog or a garden or a grassy area around their house, and that's going to be what that defined area is, but they still want the space. On some of their properties, there will be trails that will actually go through those that are, spaced significantly away from their homes. And so that's additional space that is not in the numbers, that will be open space that will be available for people to go on the trails. They can't really get off the trails, and we'll have some signage on those, and we'll have some small fences in strategic areas to kind of keep people aimed on those that are on private property, that are shared, that aren't on common property. But then the other property that is talked about in there is common property for everybody, and they'll have public access to all of the trails, be it on public or private land.
So what kind of CC&Rs are you envisioning regarding animals and fences and, all those things that make public trails hard?
We anticipate like no big livestock. That's not what we're envisioning up there. There's certainly a trend these days about people wanting backyard chickens, so I don't think we'll, do that. There'll probably be some CC&Rs about, they have to be a constrained little chicken coop in a small place like that. But, certainly no horses and cows or pigs or any substantial wildlife.
Okay.
And then we'll have some fences that will be, we haven't completely decided what we're going to go do with fences, if we're going to require invisible fences, or if we'll have like some type of seafood, wrought iron type of fences or something like that around just the 25, the quarter acres that's the developed portion. I haven't made that final decision yet.
Okay.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Burke?
Yeah, one more question.
Hey, you're out of questions.
The
I'm just kidding.
statement was made that this is not prime farmland. What is the west land currently used for, and is it irrigated?
The west land is golf course.
No, I'm sorry. On
Oh,
the
no,
other
no, the
side.
west land is the other, excuse me, I
Commissioner
get those
Murphy's
screwed up.
referred to
They're
as
kind of
north.
more north and south, and so I get those screwed up all the time. There's really nothing on that. That was an old, they called it a ranch, but there was not much on it. Charlie Miller, I don't know if you know Charlie Miller, he's a big landholder. He'll go run cattle up there periodically, and mainly to go and keep the taxes low. But he doesn't leave them there long because there's not enough food.
So none of that development would be on farmland, is that correct?
Yeah, there's nothing that's,
Okay.
only cattle's have ran on it ever in the past.
Pasture land
Yeah,
at best?
and, yeah,
Okay, perfect.
rangeland, pasture rangeland is, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yes, sir.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, so the limit on the amount of land around the house to be developed, that's going to be part of the CCNRs?
That'll be part of the CCRs, and it'll actually be recorded on the plat.
Okay.
And I've done that in the past, and it's a really good, effective way to give space, and then also to give spacing to go have not only wildlife corridors, but view corridors that are preserved.
It's more concern for water too,
What was that?
for water usage too, it limits
Yes,
that.
yes.
Mr. Chairman, just one more question. Two, actually. So the water that you're going to be using for that northern development, are there individual wells there on that one, or is it's going to be pumped up from down below?
Yeah, we'll be pumping the water up from down below. Yeah,
And then we're in the preliminary phase of this, but you have an idea of where the waste treatment system's going to be?
we absolutely do. The waste treatment facility, if you look on the lower one, that's that darker green that he's got his little cursor on right now, that'll be the location. And the vast majority of all of that in a membrane system is, there's one small building that will end up housing some electronics and pumps and different things like that. And the vast majority of the rest of that is underground.
Okay, very good.
And then the effluent of that will be pumped back into the existing irrigation ponds at the golf course and will be diluted with the existing irrigation and then used for the golf course.
Okay, one more question, Mr. Chairman. I believe you asked for a request a waiver for the multifamily requirement for development, usually with 10%. So you talked about there would be rentals in there, but you're wanting a waiver for multifamily. Is that the case?
Yes, that is the case. I think there's a little bit of a, like what is multifamily, right? Because the units that are on the east there, right there where his little cursor are, those are all multifamily. Those are attached units. We've done a number of those. They're single level. They're attached to the garages, and they're higher end townhomes. And so I think us and staff were both like, okay, we're not sure if that's really multifamily or not, even though they're kind of attached. And so we said, as an abundance of caution, we'll put that in as a waiver.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? I do have one question. For the civic area, where is that going to be exiting out of? Like, where are those guys going to be exiting?
So the civic area,
You go to the bigger, yeah, there you go.
the civic area right there, ACHD came back and they want to go push all of those access points to the existing or the new access point that's straight across from Dry Creek or over to the old Spring Creek private road that goes back up in there. And so we're looking at which one of those, but it'll be one of those two locations, not completely clear yet, but one of those two existing.
So it won't just be like a turn off of Brookside?
No.
Okay.
No, it won't be another access point on Brookside. It'll be one of either the newly created one or the existing Spring Creek Road.
Okay. So, any additional questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Commissioner Colson?
I got one on the west property or northern end property. How many houses are you planning on up there?
89?
89?
Yes, sir. And that's on close to 300 acres, just shy of 300 acres.
Yeah, exactly.
Any final questions? All right, we thank the applicant for their time. I appreciate it. We'll go ahead and turn it over for public testimony. I have a couple people that have signed up. I'll go through those people first, and then if there's anyone online, or if there's anyone, yeah, they're usually not, but, or if there's anyone in the crowd that would like to speak after these people who've signed up, just raise your hand and we'll call on you. First one we have is Randy Hurst. Please come forward, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm Randy Hurst from 16089 North Basin Way. We're off a ways from the project, but we're fearful that our water might be affected by the use that they are planning and the number of houses they have, as well as just literally today, ran across a JAMA article that's talking about the risk of golf course water drainage into water supplies causing or increasing the risk of Parkinson's dramatically. And the older the person, the higher the risk of developing Parkinson's. That one, I think, is my fear has always been, what are they going to be treating the water with? Will it take care of the chemicals that could be harmful? And whether there's a difference between their treatment and what Eagle Water might do. Hoping that at least be the best treatment that can be if they have it. The other is about the access on West Spring Creek. I just heard earlier that there's going to be an improvement at the intersection with some turn lanes. That's great. But at the same time, he just said that some of the driving would be potentially out of our road, which is very difficult to access at times right now, and much worse with the increased population. Would hope that there would either be a new access road or better yet, to use the Brookside that everything is geared towards, and hoping that there might only be an egress for fire or emergencies up on West Spring Creek, and they use the Brookside access because they're developing all that road down there. Let's see. There was also, Mr. Kine and I have talked about the possibility he's proposing of getting his water up to places on Basin Way that has a more limited aquifer, if it's a problem. And he just referred to two, but there's 18, 20 homes up there, and there's nothing in writing, nothing has been said about what they're going to do. Are they going to bring line to the houses? Are they going to bring it to some central area and we have to do the rest? I just problematic for us that could be dramatically affected. And I'm out.
Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hurst, I know that you told us your address, but where on the map do you live, sir?
Got to have a map. Oh, here.
You'll have to go to this one so we can
You have
see.
to go to this one, Bob.
Yes, we can't see that one, sorry.
Or if,
Okay, so West Spring Creek is right here. If you follow this to the left, it becomes Stack Rock Road, and Basin Way goes then up from Stack Rock Road to the north.
so you're just east of the proposed development.
We're east of it.
Yeah, okay,
and,
thank
know,
you.
in a very different aquifer, although there may be some communication between theirs and ours is much more limited than theirs.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much for your
Okay.
testimony. Next up, I have is it House? I might have said that wrong. I'm terrible with handwriting. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Travis Hawsey, 8100 Spring Creek Way, Boise, Idaho. And I just wanted to confirm kind of the public hearings, and I felt like the developer and the staff didn't really provide the concern in which the neighborhoods have come up and talked about what they're looking at. And that we have a road that we've been here before with a commercial property further down, and ACHD wouldn't talk about it. I don't know if ACHD's commented to this in them accessing our small little Spring Creek Road, and then in doing improvements to that road, does that mean they take land from us in order to improve their development, in order to make that road feasible to take on that amount of traffic for 309 homes, knowing that they can't police 309 homes not coming to Spring Creek and only using it Brookside unless they have blocked off or not connected to Spring Creek Way. Water-wise, as Randy put, I think there's 36 homes in that area. Only 2 were provided potential sign-offs to get their water. And so what do we do with the rest of the houses? I think there's 4 homes that I'm aware of that have gone through and had to get new wells this last year. I was previous to that 2 years ago. So water is definitely an issue up in the hills. And then we've got 1 acre lots around this property, around the golf course. And they're proposing to put in duplexes essentially down on the bottom. They may be $1 million duplexes, I don't know, but you're taking 1 acre estate lots around this whole place, and then you're gonna put in high density down in the bottom, although they identify it as, I think, medium to high or something like that. But I feel like that's gonna pull kind of from the ambiance of where we're at, and also access. There's a deer population. I think that's a deer corridor coming in and out of there, and right through that high density area is where those deer come through and right up that draw. And so I would worry about those things. That's all. Thank you, commissioners.
Any questions? No. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, I have a Ralph Lowe. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Ralph Lowe, and I live at 8130 West Spring Creek Way. And my concern is when the road develops, that border is actually on my property. It drops right off. So the only way to expand that road is to come right into my yard. And I've got mature landscaping, trees, Australian. And so I just wanted to know if that's going to have to happen to make this happen. It would just totally change our property. We don't know if we'd be eminent domained at that point and have to lose property. The hill is, the back part of our house only has about 10 feet, and then it drops off onto the road. And then the other side of the road drops off, so you can't really, I don't know how you'd expand the road out over the drop-off area. So my concern is,
You have to show us on this.
we live on that corner right there. And that boundary of that road is actually our property. Just drops off. So there's no way to expand that road without coming right into our house. Our home is probably just, like I said, 10 feet from that line there. So we would just need to know what has to happen to make this happen. I don't mind the road improving, but how will it have to be widened there? Do we know?
Yes, I do.
We will have to widen it?
No, I know.
Well,
I said, hey, do we know? And I said, yes, I do know.
I took your question down. When they do the rebuttal, we'll definitely ask.
Pardon?
I took your question down in my notes here. When he does the rebuttal, we'll ask him that question for sure.
Alrighty, thank you. And also we have a herd of elk that do run every day through. They go right across Highway 55 right there every morning about 8 o'clock, about 80 head of elk in the winter.
Through the
You got a
golf.
video of this?
Here, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Scary as all get out because they run right across Highway 55 just as it's getting dawn. So
So you say, is it north or south of Spring Creek Way? What, the elk that run?
The elk, they go,
So through the golf course?
yeah, they go right through the golf course onto the other side.
You know what?
There, just, yeah,
It's pretty amazing. It's pretty majestic.
okay. All right. Any questions? Any question? No? Okay, thank you. All right, that's the end of the list of people I have. So I assume there's a good chunk of people in here that would like to speak. So I'm just going to start raising hand. I believe you're in a blue shirt, lady in the back. Please, you were first. Please come up, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Celeste Hazy. I live at 8100 Spring Creek Way. I would just like to double the comments that my husband stated about the driveway access. We understand that there will be some sort of development at some point, but we don't feel like Spring Creek Way is the best access for that. When we were here objecting to the spa, we had a traffic study provided stating that it doesn't meet grade, it doesn't meet width. We've literally watched school buses slide into the ditch adjacent. And we also have a very narrow road. And so as Ralph stated, if there is eminent domain, many of our driveways don't meet current grading requirements for driveway slopes. We're at 15% and code is currently 12. So if eminent domain comes into place, our property lines are cut back. What happens to our driveways? They have to be completely rerouted. Some of our driveways are abutting adjacent properties. So all of those things need to be taken into account prior to just giving them access off of Spring Creek. The other item is that we have a shared leach field that is actually across from Spring Creek Way and is on that top portion of the golf course that is a part of the development. So we would need to know how that is addressed. I also wanted to speak to the water rights. We still have objections to those water rights, but we were unable to join the hearing, so we were dismissed. But we do still object to the water rights. That's it.
Any questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Housey, what water rights do you object to?
To their application for the additional wells.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional?
Just real quick.
Commissioner
In some areas, ACHD has a 10-foot easement into some properties. I live at a place where the road's in one place, but they have 10-foot into my what I think is my property. Do you know if that exists where you're at?
We don't have that, no. It's not on any of our property lines.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional? Thank you so much. Who else would like to speak? Lady you were first. You got up there first. So please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
My name is Callie, and I live at 4642 West Schaefer Meadow Lane. I live in Sombra Canyon.
Can you give your last name as well, please?
Callie Kelly.
I'm sorry, what?
Callie Kelly.
Oh, okay.
I am a residential real estate broker here as well, so if we want to go into the townhomes and the issue and the degradation of our area out there, that's going to be a big problem, having short-term rentals in that pocket off of 55. The three of us own 80 acres across from the golf course. I own 4 lots. They each own their homes out there as well, so I have a 53-acre, 4 parcels contiguous. There's a lot of concerning factors here, and I'm concerned that the committee is hearing lip service regarding water out off of 55. We are, currently my 185-foot well is not producing enough water. I bought the original home across from Shadow Valley Golf Course that was existing since 2006 that everybody sees when they drive north up to McCall. It was the single-story stucco home across from the golf course. That well has been there since 2006. It's 185 feet deep. It is not producing anymore. I'm going to have to drill deeper. My sprinklers were losing pressure. So there is a problem right now with water. Nick Stevens with Stevens & Sons Drilling tried to drill a well over at the golf course right off of 55. I believe somewhere's around where they plan on putting the waste management off of 55. He was not able to produce any water at all, and you should consult with Stevens & Sons Drilling because he did not get paid on that job because he was not able to pull water and drill a well. So there is, in fact, an issue with water scarcity and resource out there off 55. I don't want you to be disillusioned that there is not a problem with water, because there is. So we're all very concerned right now with resources drying up, and my attitude is, we don't want to desecrate Idaho in the process of growth for the sake, or growth for growth's sake, and the plight of deepening a developer's pocketbooks. I'm going to call a spade, and that's not going to make me a popular person. I'm also concerned about the development being cut or fill lots. Do we know if those are going to be cut or fill lots? We do not want a repeat of Erie Canyon up here. Are you familiar with the issues at Erie Canyon? Those were fill lots, and those homes are literally zippering open right now as we speak, and that was a very expensive multi-million-dollar project. The developer didn't know what the hell he was doing, and so now you've got major lawsuits going on as we speak because those homes are not stable. So we need to know if those are going to be cut or fill lots. He talks about walking paths, installing features to maintain the rural nature of the land. Who's going to hold him accountable to that promise? Is there somebody that goes in with oversight to ensure that all of those things are installed? Again, I'm concerned that he's going to say that they're going to get installed, and then they don't end up happening. The ecology out there,
You can finish your last sentence here.
the ecology out there with the sagebrush and the natural elements that exist in the foothills, it's a very sacred ecology to Idaho. And I think right now, it sounds like a bunch of dirt's gonna get kicked up, a bunch of our foothills is gonna get carved out, homes are gonna get put in high density. We're Idahoans, we want wide open spaces out there off of 55. That's everybody's retreat out of Boise and up to McCall. Those wide open spaces exist there for a reason, and we want them protected. I did want to play a video of the elk, since that gentleman brought it up.
Well, since your time is up, we believe that there is elk out there.
There's a lot of elk that live in that entire area.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? I do have one question. You said that you own property. Can you show us just on the map where exactly you're talking?
Sombra Canyon. I own 53 acres right across from the entrance to the golf course. Those are my neighbors. We have that entire street across from the entrance to the golf course.
All right, so,
Our biggest concern as well is RE. There's no excuse for converting that away from residential rural. It's been residential rural forever. It needs to stay residential rural.
can you come back to the mic? I'm sorry, it's for the record so that we can hear you.
I'm Italian, I don't need a mic.
No, I got you. So what do you do with your property across the way? Is it just yours to like bike on and such, or what do you?
So, well, we do hike on it, but I have my single-family home out there, and then we bought the 3 contiguous parcels around us when the real estate market was booming here, and we had a lot of people moving in from out of state, and we bought that land literally just to hold it and prevent development. That's how sacred that area is out there for us. We bought that land to not develop it, to prevent people from building.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, gentleman in the blue or black. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Ben Schultz, 4706 West Schaefer Meadow Lane. I'm Callie's neighbor and Karen's neighbor as well. Thanks for taking our comments and concerns. I completely reiterate what Callie said and what some of the other members of the public have brought to you up to this point. I hope you deeply consider some of these concerns. I'm very surprised to hear about the community outreach from the developer owning 300 feet directly adjacent to one of the proposed development parcels. I have received no outreach from them at any point in time. Brent did send me like a community notice, so I'm happy to see that, but I don't know what they're talking about when they say they've reached out to the community. They certainly haven't reached out to me or my neighbors. I'm very concerned about water rights. You've heard that, or not water rights, but just water for this property, and you've heard that from all of us. I live on 13 acres with my wife and 3 children. We use the property recreationally and also for cattle. We live there because we love the open space, the natural beauty. We bought it because it's rural residential, which is great. And around us is rural preservation, even better, and then some BLM, that's great. I'm not opposed to future development, but trying to cram houses into very small lots in this area is so incongruent with that area. I really ask you to consider not approving that. Water rights, The lot sizes, the other concern that I have is turning left off of Highway 55 into the neighborhood that we live in. There's already a lot of traffic that comes out of that golf course, and you get very aggressive people. I don't know if they're drinking on the golf course or they're just very excited after a good game, but I have 3 teenage kids, and I'm worried daily as they actually come in and out of that space, and having more people ingressing and egressing in that area will just be even more difficult.
Any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Anyone else here would like to provide testimony? Seeing no additional hands, we'll go ahead and close the public testimony portion of this, and we'll turn it back over to staff for questions from the commissioners. Does any commissioners have questions for staff? Commissioner Wickstrom? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you,
Go
sir.
for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moore, a couple questions for you. They mentioned 109 students, just kind of going back to that. What is the number where one would be kind of mandated to put a school in if there were X amount of kids there?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Murphy, I don't know if it's up to the school district in that case. That number was determined by their demographic study, housing demographic studies they produced. That was their estimate just based on housing types and things like that. But it was up to the school district. West Ada School District said that's not enough to require a new building site on this property. That's where they requested the bus parking area. So we kind of deferred to the school districts.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I was just wondering if there was a number that would be the golden number for a school, but that doesn't sound like
But
we
I'm
have that
aware of,
info.
yeah.
Okay. One more question.
Go ahead, yeah.
Have there been water rights, or not water rights, but have water resources looked at this area for, the applicable water usage needs?
Chair, Commissioner Murphy, we do defer to the Idaho Department of Water Resources. The applicant is working with them to see if they will be granted a right. They're in the process now. This property isn't in a designated water management area. But again, it is up to Idaho Department of Water Resources to approve the water rights for the applicant. And we just defer to them on the water. Our engineer, I will say our Ada County engineer did add a condition that a groundwater drawdown study be done as part of the second phase, just to ensure it wasn't negatively impacting surrounding property owners' wells.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you. Mr. Moore, for the Stone Crossing Event Center, if they're a part of this, they would still need to come for any approvals for their different, if they're adding buildings, like they're adding a boutique hotel and all sorts of other things, that would still have to go through the approval process.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Wickstrom, so if this was fully approved, again, assuming first step, second step are approved and this property gets a new zoning designation, then at that time it would be subject to Shadow Valley's zoning ordinance. And that would be, those rules would be decided at the second phase of the application. So they would have all the different requirements, which conditional uses could go on that property. And there's where you could have restrictions on hours of operation and lighting and things like that. So it would be subject to just the conditional use processes unless it were rezoned, and then it would be subject to Shadow Valley zoning ordinance.
Okay, so it'll all be decided before, in step 2, what's going to be there and the conditions for that operation.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Blitman?
A lot of comments about the Spring Creek Road, and I'm wondering what ACHD, what they weighed in on in terms of what they plan to do on Spring Creek Road, because that is a public road, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, that is the plan to extend Spring Creek Lane, this new Spring Creek Lane, new entrance off of Brookside Lane, extended all the way to Spring Creek Way. That was to get better connectivity in the area. ACHD would like to accept it as a public road if it's built to their conditions. As part of their staff report, they want it to be a collector roadway, which would limit houses fronting onto the road. The applicant would like homes to front onto the road just due to how narrow this parcel is. So it would still need to be worked out. The details would need to be worked out with ACHD, whether it's a public collector roadway or potentially a private road. But ACHD has said they will accept any road built to their standards, they will accept as public road, all the proposed roads. But there could be some things that are worked out as part of the second phase.
So, just so I understand, like right now, it's a private road.
It's, I believe, portions, it doesn't extend, the applicant maybe will describe more detail, it doesn't extend all the way across currently. It kind of goes halfway and stops, and then it kind of comes halfway down here. So it does, right now, there isn't a solid connection all the way from Brookside Lane to Spring Creek Way. So this would be,
Dirt road, it looks like almost.
yeah, it kind of turns to a dirt road kind of up in this, I don't know if it's, I don't think it's an official, I don't know if it's official road, but it's just kind of a dirt road through portions of it. So this would be a new connection that goes all the way through.
Okay.
But that connection that goes all the way through, it looks to me like it's on the applicant's property mostly.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah, all this would all come right through the applicant's property. Here it would abut potentially some other property owners, but it might be, I'll let the applicant explain, that might be entirely on their property. They've been working more closely with ACHD. We again will defer to ACHD on all the specific road requirements.
Okay. What other questions do I have? The comment about the shared leach field was, I didn't see that in the packet anywhere. Was that something that you talked about with the applicant? Or maybe the applicant will talk about it?
Commissioner Wickstrom, I wasn't familiar with that. It sounded like part of the leach field is on the golf course property currently.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
we
can't.
We've closed
So,
it.
so that isn't something you discussed with the applicant, so we'll let them tell
Yeah,
us
don't,
about it.
don't assume there's any, I'm not aware of any changes to that leach field. I wasn't aware of the leach field being on golf course property till now, but applicant may have more information.
Okay. I think that's it.
Okay, Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, Mr. Moore, you had a map that showed where the emergency access would be eventually on that northwest property development. And it looked like it would run up through the development that's to the north of that property. Can you enlighten me on what has to be done in order to get that emergency access in place?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Birch, we did reach out to Eagle Fire, and they have been working with the applicant, did a ride-along with the applicant to determine if a roadway could be put through here. I believe there's an existing dirt road that it already extends that from that area, kind of rough portions of it. The applicant can provide more details, but the fire department did say they felt a road could be connected there. And the applicant has a tentative agreement with Avamore to extend this road through their property. And fire chief said he's comfortable with phase one, with what's been proposed, but they will require just that final agreement to be finalized with Avamore as part of the second phase in order to allow more.
So that's how it would get there. It would get there through Avamore when they develop.
Yeah, it would go through Avamore's properties, and that would be an agreement with Avamore and have to be approved by the Eagle Fire Department.
All right, thanks, Mr. Moore.
Any additional questions? I do have a couple questions. We keep talking about this term residential commercial, and just for my education, is there a difference between residential commercial? Are we zoning this specifically as residential commercial as a specific, or is it just commercial, or is it just residential that has some special conditions thrown on it?
Mr. Chair, this would be neighbor commercial, so with it being a planned community, they would write their own ordinance for what would be allowed in neighborhood commercial. The comprehensive plan kind of generally describes this land use, and it was kind of what they mentioned. They're kind of envisioning just, like I said, maybe a restaurant, coffee shop type uses, but it's geared toward neighborhood, so we want uses residents can walk to. But again, the exact rules for this zone would be laid out as part of the second phase through the zoning ordinance. So this Shadow Valley would propose what uses, what restrictions would apply in that zone as part of the a second stage of the application.
I guess my question is you're saying that they essentially make their own ordinance. We obviously have to approve certain things that would go up there, but like what? I know the parcel is, just hypothetically, I know the parcel is too small for this, obviously, but what stops them from putting like a Walmart there or something? I mean, is that just not, I mean, is it just we're cool with it, or is it just a?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so again, that would be something reviewed as part of the second phase. That's something that would have to be dove into, is what uses, they'll have a allowed use table, which uses could be allowed in that zone, parking requirements, things like that. But again, that would have to be worked out as part of the second stage.
Okay. So the applicant talked about they're limiting to roughly a quarter acre or development on each plot, and this might be a question for the applicant. Is that a self-imposed situation, or can we put that as a big condition of approval to force them to do that?
Mr. Chair, as of now, that's their proposal. I think probably the second stage, when we get actually a more detailed design of the lot layout, that could be looked at. The applicant talked about including that as a restriction on the plat, just limiting on the plat how much of the property, the buildable envelope of each parcel, each lot. So it could be worked out as part of the platting process, potentially in the second step.
So the second phase would have to come back to us, essentially.
Yeah, you
for
would
all of
see
this.
the
Okay, so I'm
second
asking
step.
second phase questions. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'm just reading my notes. So I just, a broad question, and maybe this is a Leon question I can jump in. How does ACHD, I keep hearing eminent domain. How does ACHD's eminent domain work in this situation? Normally, eminent domain is for public good, like Highway 16 or something like that, not necessarily for a development, so that they can have a nicer road taking from previous people's residence. Do you know how that works, or how that, kind of explain that to me?
Mr. Chair, I haven't read through ACHD's staff report. They didn't mention it as part of their staff report. I'll say in general, they did require the applicant to make improvements on their side of the property. So for like Brookside Lane, ACHD is requiring the applicant to put sidewalk, improve that side. They did say where their property abuts Spring Creek Way, improve their part of the roadway. Of course, all the internal roadways wouldn't be impacted. I'm not sure if, I can defer to the applicant maybe on if any of these Spring Creek Lane improvements would require any modification to adjacent property owners. Will that all be on their property? Maybe they may know more on that, but for the most part, it's just internal improvements, and then where their project abuts roadways. But I'll let the applicant add more if they have more information.
Yeah, I'll obviously ask the applicant the same question. I just, my feeling is if they want a bigger, nicer road eat into their property, I'm just wondering if I know that's an ACHD purview, the roads, but is that like a condition we can throw on there saying, if you want to improve the roads, you're going to eat into your side of the roadway and not mess with these people's trees and things like that. So I'm just wondering if is that doable?
Chairman, Commissioners, ACHD won't take property from property owners not participating in this development. They'll require the developer to make room for what's needed there. So full eminent domain would not come into play as a part of the PC approval. They just don't use that process typically. I mean, there might be some people who don't understand where the property line is as it relates to the roadway, and so it might look like they're getting their property taken, but if it's actually within a public right-of-way area, then ACHD could improve that without the use of eminent domain. So again, I think the applicant probably has a much better boots on the ground feel for what Spring Creek Lane is going to mean for some of these adjacent property owners, but ACHD won't go take right-of-way from somebody if they're not participating.
Okay. Yeah, I just asked and also just alleviate some crowd questions. So any additional questions? All right, thank you so much. We invite the applicant back forward for a rebuttal. You'll have 10 minutes. Also, please state your name and address again.
Kirsten Dietrich, 16 Lost River Drive, McCall. I'm the detail gal. So I'm Larry's planner. Larry's driving the bus. He's the big picture guy. So I'm gonna speak on the code stuff that I heard and kind of double back on a lot of the questions. So I guess way back when our economic reporting told us who the typical product type buyer would be, that it's an older buyer that was identified. So that, Commissioner Birch, that was your question. Our economic report basically said we're going to be seeing home buyers that are over 50. And then they identified that 100 school-age children number. At the end of the day, Larry has to make the call on what type of product type he thinks is going to work best in this market. And he relies on his own experience, having developed in multiple states, to make that choice. So you guys, the county, you have more control over us than it's sounding like today. We have to come back with our planned community application. I did the neighborhood meetings in person at the clubhouse. And we also have, we've endeavored to communicate with neighbors. We have an email that's live and a listserv. So if people showed up to the neighbor meeting, where we noticed people, if they came to one of the two meetings, they got their name on the list, and then we would email them and provide them with updates. We also have a website, so people can follow along with the application process, because we know it's confusing in this step one, where it feels like we're talking about this very specific development, but we're still working on engineering. So it's like we can't provide all the answers because we don't have them yet, but we're working through that. So anyways, you guys, the commissioners, county, you get staff, you get to look at it again with the planned community application, and then ultimately it'll come back as a pre-plat application. So all these things that we say we're gonna do through like easements and preservation area and CCRs, that will come back at you. Things like wetland delineation are in process. The creek is anticipated not to be jurisdictional waters. Commissioner Wickstrom, that was your question. There is a water source in there that is not creek. I think that was your question. Or maybe it was Murphy. Sorry. So anyways, we have a environmental engineer that's currently working on the field reporting and analysis for that will go to the Army Corps of Engineers to evaluate and make a determination whether or not it's jurisdictional water. So that'll come back up in the next step. The other thing is that the west zone, our foothill zone, that's rural residential and rural preservation. So that's just an important note, because it's not all rural preservation. Fencing is a code-driven thing to support wildlife movement. So that's part of the issue across from Stone Crossing. It's open fencing to support wildlife movement. Therefore, car lights can go through the fence. Let's see. I guess Larry, roads.
Yeah, I think you guys are going to have a lot of questions from what they had. So if you want, I can go through the roads. I'll go through the roads. The roads are a combination of private roads that are on our property that have access easements on them, and then public roads. And so the existing Spring Creek Road coming off of Brookside, that's all private road on our property with an access easement on it. And we can talk about what we're planning on doing on that. On the other side, that comes off of 55, that is an ACHD right-of-way up there until it kind of splits. And then when Spring Creek turns and it turns kind of into a dirt road, then that becomes a private road back on our property as well with an access easement. That road that Ralph is talking about is going to stay private. And we actually have it changed over, so that is only going to go and feed a handful of, actually 5 lots that are over there. And the main traffic for all of the subdivision and for anybody who doesn't want to go out to 55 is going to come back down through the subdivision and not be down Spring Creek. We're not going to connect the two private Spring Creeks together anymore. We're going to leave those both as private roads, and thus we don't need to go widen them for ACHD and take any more. We'll just approve them for better access, repave them. There'll be some modified grading, mostly on the one that's on the south end that goes to Brookside. The one that's on the north side, the grades are perfectly fine, and there's nothing really need to be done except make them a better road at the existing grades. The drainage, We're definitely aware of the drainage field that's on there. It's an access on our property. It's not on the golf course. It's down in the area where, kind of where the power lines and all that kind of cut through there where the elk will go. Nothing's going to be developed there. It's under the power lines. There'll be stuff developed next to those power lines. So that will leave a corridor that goes through for the elk to still migrate. And our plan for those, that drainage field is actually to make it way better for them because we're planning on just hooking them into our sewer at no cost to them and no monthly cost to them. We just need to provide an access for affluent disposal. So we're going to take that offline, which I think is an environmental benefit to the community because there's a lot of water that's right in that area. That's where the water is down there in the bottom. And so that'll go off and that'll go into our sewage and there will be no cost to them to do that. We're already running sewer lines right there. So that'll be an easy fix for them. And that's what our plan was for that. And if that didn't get relayed to them, I'm certainly willing to work with those folks on that and go over that and make them feel comfortable because I think once they understand what we're doing, they're going to be excited about it. It'll actually take the burden of maintaining a leach field away from them and we'll take over that responsibility in our sewer system.
Anyone have Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kine, just a quick question.
That's what they all say.
Smallest lot size in your south development would be what?
The smallest lot sizes on the side over by the golf course is going to be over there where the duplex lots are. That demographic, in our opinion, doesn't want, they're more urbanites and they live closer together. Those are 6,000 square feet. The other ones over there are roughly 8,000 and larger for the single family homes.
And then how many of the total homes, I think that you list on here is 395, would the townhomes represent roughly on the north side of the golf course portion there?
It's still dynamic, but that number is around the upper 80s, like 85 to 89, somewhere in that. With a few of the tweaks that we're doing with the power lines and a little modification of the roads to meet grades better, that's still a dynamic number, but it's going to be in that range.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? I do have a couple. Tell me about your water treatment situation. There was a concern from someone saying about water treatment potential EPA situations. How do you handle the wastewater that's going to be? You said it's going to be filtered back into your golf course ponds and whatnot. So
if I may, I might answer that in a little bit broader and then get down to your kind of specific.
Sure.
So the water rights up there is kind of interesting, right? Because there's an abundance of water in certain locations. When I was doing the Shadow Valley estates over there and those 10-acre parcels over there, I mean, you could go drill down and you would, it's crazy things, but these guys gets out there with a little thingy and they go and they witch it, and I don't understand how it works, but they come and they find where the water is. And you might go over 30 or 40 or 50 feet and miss a vein. And so we were very successful in finding enough water for a single house in those foothill areas, but not a lot. It was mostly like 25 to 50 gallons a minute over there. Down in the bottom here, we're thousands of gallons a minute. So the water rights that we're going to go get, they're an interesting thing because you need to go and you apply for municipal water rights for houses and potable water. The process that we are looking at going and doing is that water that's going to come in, the vast majority of all that water, right, the 300 home sites that are down by the golf course, all of that's going to go back, and 97% of that goes back to our treatment, back to the golf course, reducing the amount of water we're taking out for irrigation that we're already using. So it's a reuse of the water. Like I said, we use 500,000 gallons every single night irrigating the golf course, and the water that will be used that will go back in is roughly about 50,000 gallons from the houses that will now go back in there that we won't have to pump out of the ground for the irrigation. So the net use of additional water is very minimal. Most of it is for the 89 homes on the other side. The rest of it basically gets reused in the golf course process and is already being taken out of the ground. So back to the question of the water, there's two components to that there with the DEQ. And you have to work extensively with the DEQ to go through and get these approved, and we're well down that path with both of them. So on the one, you have to go and put together for your sewage department, and membrane systems, if you go look those up, those are the absolute cleanest water that you can go do. The water that comes out of those, if it's sterilized by some means of chlorination or anything, becomes drinking water standards. So that water that's coming out of that sewage treatment facility that we'll have is very easy. We can actually go put it right back into the creek if need be. It's that clean of water that comes out, and DEQ verifies that through the process and the engineering that we do for that wastewater treatment facility. On the flip side of it, the drinking water that comes out of that, all of that, is still operated with DEQ. Everything has to go through all that. And when you have a public utility, it's actually more scrutinized than the city of Eagles. They give government a pass, basically, and they have to go monitor their own. They don't give private utilities a pass. You have to go and do monitoring all of the time and do quality tests continuously on that drinking water to make sure it's in drinking water standards. So the thought about the city of Eagles water or that, I think they're both great waters, but ours are monitored by the DEQ under the permitting process ongoing forever, much more stringent than, say, the city of Eagles is. Not saying the city of Eagles is bad, it's just that's how it works. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's good. A couple concerns came up about how out of the 36 homes where you were saying that you're going to pipe water in the event of some sort of situation with their aquifer or whatever, only 2 of them have some sort of agreement. Can you address that specifically? Like, is it one of those situations where they need to seek you out and you'll add them to the
Well, I'm going to throw them all under the bus for a second, and then I'll save them, if you don't mind. So they all got notified, and they just didn't participate in a timely manner.
Hold on.
In a timely manner, according to the Oregon Water Resources. I'm so sorry. Idaho Water Resources. So Idaho Water Resources is the one that turned them out. Wasn't me. I mentioned in those hearings that they didn't participate in, that they could have, even if they weren't the protestants, they could have. Ralph can verify for that I'm going to go put a water line in Spring Creek and up Stack Rock to go provide water. I'm going to put a water main in up there because I have a couple of people that came along and protested. One's right next to the golf course on Spring Creek. I wish you could zoom that in more. Do you mind if I walk over here for a second? Or?
Yeah, just be aware that the mic is where our record hears.
So if you come up Spring Creek, if you come off of Spring Creek there, it comes up and then it turns, and then Stack Rock goes back up that way. So we're going to go put a water main in both of those, and anybody that wants to go get hooked up to it, we're going to put a stub at every property, and they can go get hooked up, and then they'll just have to pay the PUC requirements, because I have one that's right next to the golf course, and I have one that I agreed to do way up on Stack Rock. And so that water line will go in, and if they want to hook up, they're welcome to. But they will have to go pay water, but they're already paying for water, right? They're just having to pump it at this point in time. They'll have to pay it to the utility that will be created.
So you're saying there will be a stub for every single house of those
That's what our
36
plan
houses?
is, yeah.
Okay.
That's the last thing, and in the hearings that I had with Idaho Water Resources, I mean, I talked about that extensively. Like, that's the last thing I want to go do, is go and create a neighborhood here to the detriment of someone else. And so we offered that up to the people that were there, but knowing that that water line was going to be in there for the benefit of anybody's use that was there.
Okay.
It would have been nice if they participated and not just shown up here.
So just kind of pivoting, obviously there is a history of our houses falling off the sides of hills in this area for some reason. Can you tell me exactly what you guys are going to do specifically to mitigate? So obviously you want to make money. You don't want your houses falling off. That's specific to that cut fill question. Like, what are your ideas on some of these houses? Because I have golf there, and there's some pretty steep hills up there that you're trying to throw some houses on. Just how you're going to mitigate that.
You know, I don't. If you've golfed there, I don't know if you golfed and you saw what we did across the way. Mm-hmm. We did massive amounts of material that moved across the way. The movement of dirt is, and compaction of it is truly a science. And so you really need to go make sure that you know what that material looks like. And the vast understanding of what that material is will allow you to either do a compaction on it and get it correctly, sometimes you can't do it. And so we already know what that material is up there. We've already done a bunch of grading on it. We did extensive geotech surveys before we did it, before the county allowed us to do that. Excuse me, ma'am. Would you like to
No,
come back?
don't address her either.
No.
Listen to me.
So, you know, I've also seen people drunk driving. Does that mean we can't ever drink it again? That's not the case. You know, that has never happened to any of mine, and I've done massive grading in lots of places, and you really have to go about doing it right. We use the absolute best earthwork contractor, Levi. He's a good friend of us, and he's moved thousands of thousands, and I've never had a problem with any of that. And it's all about making sure you have the right material and the right compaction, and you monitor it the entire time that you're doing it. But there will be a significant amount of grading that will occur on these projects.
So to Leon or Brent, is our engineer involved in any of that?
Chairman Commissioners, any hillside-related development requires a hillside approval. So the county engineer would review geotech reports, soil analysis, slope analysis. So it is all required as a part of this. Any subdivision in the foothills would have a more extensive hillside review part of it. We've seen some of those in this area in the past. So that is definitely something that the county takes a close look at.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with questions. Anyone? Commissioner Blitman.
As we wait, I have a lot of heartache with developments that aren't connected to city services. And so you've got the water connected, which makes me happy, but you don't have the sewer. And so can you tell me what are the things you tried to do, you know, before you decided that we were going to have 89 septic systems, which I'm okay with septic systems because I've got one, but tell me what you tried to do till you got to this point.
That's a great question because it's multifaceted what ended up happening there. Because at the beginning, I was hoping to do some additional density in the valley up on that project, not on the ridges or whatever, because I didn't think that was appropriate, having the ridges full of houses. But when you get back down in that valley, my plan was to have more intensive development, very similar to what's by the golf course. As we went through that, and we had a plan for that to begin with, we were planning on having that sewer system there that connects down to our other sewer system. And so everything was looking great, and then ACHD stepped in and said, oh, you can only have 100 vehicle trips off of a local street, and you had to have a collector street. Well, the vast majority of the street that we had built earlier up there was a local street that can only handle 100 cars at PM peak hours. And so thus, all of a sudden, I was going to have to build an entire new collector road all the way up through there, as well as all of the expenses of transmitting the sewage from down there. And then what I wanted to do was transmit the effluent back up there for irrigation because that was dry. And so it just didn't become feasible to go do that. And thus, that's where that whole concept of, okay, let's not let people get crazy up there with yards and, you know, let's go limit that to like a 1/4 acre and we'll dictate that on the plat. So when you think about what that's going to be like, it's going to be a lot and then a lot inside of a lot. And that will be very defined about where that development can be extensive with, you know, housing, shops, and landscaping.
Thank you. That background helps me understand that it might have been a lot more houses if it was connected to city services.
Yes.
Commissioner Colson, Jimbers?
Yeah, on just going in, you had mentioned at the beginning, you guys already have 3 wells on the golf course. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm assuming, and we'll be able to answer this, but I'm assuming those are ag wells?
Yes, they are. Irrigation wells.
So you probably aren't going to plan on pounding another well?
No, ag wells and municipal wells aren't built the same way.
Yeah.
At least in DEQ's eyes. And so
Well, in DEQ's eyes, I understand.
Yeah.
And so really, you're just going to be producing more water. You're going to punch another well that will produce it. I mean, right now, what you're using one well right now of an ag well, you know, it's coming out of the same water system. It's coming out of the same aquifer. You're only using one well to pound 500,000 gallons a night out there, when in reality, you know, you got people out here that are concerned about their water. Honestly, you could probably pound 1.5 million and nothing could stop you because you have the 3 wells, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I mean, as far as the water, I'm not terribly concerned because it's governed by, I mean, I have the same issue. I have some land that we have ag wells on, and it is still a water right, even though I have to get water rights even for, and I got to show sprinklers activating, showing that I can have those water rights. You know, I mean, it is a very finite and this is also more clarification for the public. You know, they are very detailed and monitor that stuff very, very well. And aquifers are a very unique situation. You are correct. You could punch one over there and punch one over there, and there you could hit it at 100. Over there, you may not see it for 3.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's just how a lot of it works. I do, in my opinion, I love how you guys are utilizing those situations with the wastewater treatment plants and with the membrane system. You're absolutely right. You're able to reutilize that water. And I mean, I've told my septic system and the septic systems that you're going to be forced to put up there, just be going through some of these other situations. They told me I could drink that water coming out of my septic system too. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to drink it, but hey, that's cool. You know? So that's one thing I wanted to, just bring attention to. I understand where you're coming from and where you're going with it. And the monitoring of that is very stringent by Army Corps, by all those guys. You know, I've worked with all of them before. And the cut and fill lots, I mean, just to give more peace of mind to a lot of these other people, they're the building, and like Ada County has said, they're pretty stingent on hillsides, and so stingent that, you know, they're going to be out there testing every square. It's like every 5 square feet of a building pad. Those are going to be engineer error lots, I would assume. Correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. That's all I need.
Any additional questions? I do have some follow-up. What happens if, so staff has told me that a lot of the questions I have are second phase questions. What happens if when second phase comes around, we're like, this is a no-go, it's not gonna happen, and you've already, I'm concerned that we're gonna make a decision here, let's theoretically say we approve your stuff, and then you come back with a plan that's not feasible because of like whatever, all of these things that we're still kind of waiting on are not, they come back in not a very positive light. What happens then?
I'd probably cry. That's the process that the county has adopted. And so that's the risk I take. And if I come back with something that the staff doesn't want to approve, nor this body, nor the county commissioners, then I got to go back to the drawing board and try to modify it until it is something. And that might be my first take, or that might be a second or third or fourth take. But that's the way the process works.
Yeah, I'm just, my concern is there's a bit of, I'm worried there's a bit of cart before the horse here, because when you approve something with a plan for the future, and we're still kind of waiting on some information, things like the clarity on the water, which Commissioner Colson kind of enlightened me a bit on there. But yeah, just was kind of concerned that, yeah, well, we can approve this or we can't, but if we do, just kind of your ideas on the future, if some of these things do come to fruition that we don't like, not we, or the conditions just can't be met because of certain problems. So
I certainly understand that you buy a piece of property somewhere and you think it's going to be like that, indefinitely, or at least a longer period of time than maybe the market shows. And so that's frustrating for existing home owners. And it doesn't really matter what that development looks like. It's a change of what you bought into, and I understand that, 100% I understand that. This project is one of my favorite projects that I've ever done, and I'm not just blowing smoke. I really am excited about this project. I think golf courses typically are meant to have homes around them, and for those people to enjoy that scenery and look. And I think that we're going to do a great job for doing that. That's my opinion. I know people behind me don't have that same opinion, but it's my risk. I put that money there. I would love for the project, the process to be different, and I could come to you with a concise entire package that shows everything. Doesn't mean the opposition would go away. I understand that, but that's just not the process that this county has adopted.
So,
I've got one more question.
oh, go ahead.
How long have you been involved with the golf course and properties in this area?
We bought the golf course at the worst time ever, 2020, in the middle of the pandemic. And we'd already done the development across the way. And so we've been running the golf course, and if people have been golfing there for the last 4 or 5 years, they'll see that we've invested, significant monies into remodeling the bar, buying all new golf carts that are, much more reliable. Once we get this done, we'll replace all of those golf courts with electric golf courts, so it's even quieter. But yeah, that's 2020. One other thing that I think would be good to hear, I heard people talking about the entrance in and out of the golf course. That doesn't change. We have if you look at our plans of what we're doing, we have no connection of the residential to that. So that access point for the golf course is going to stay the same regardless of if you approve this or don't approve that. That's going to serve the golf course, and that is only going to go serve that golf course. And in that conditional use permit that we have for that golf course that we're using there, we could go do the same things that we're saying that we go do here. And so that access point, we see that as being, a tough access point, and we knew ITD would not like any additional trips coming out of there. And so we intentionally left that as, and we looked at trying to go do it some other ways, and you really are having to change the golf course, change crossings across the creek, all sorts of different things that seemed like they were more detrimental than helpful.
So where's the current access to the golf course on the map?
It's right on Highway 50, right basically where that little red patch is right there.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
Yep.
think I'm done.
Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just bringing that up, though, the commercial that's going on at the golf course, that's not going to increase. It sounded like there was going to be some additional activities there commercially at the golf course. Is that the case?
Yeah, most of the things that we could go add there, we could add, if nothing happened on here, we could enhance the dining experiences, and that's what we're going to plan on doing there. As more and more rooftops get out there in that area, then it's nicer to have some things where they can have some dining experiences and different things like that, where they're not having to drive all the way back into Eagle, and that's what we're looking for, where, whoever might be golfing, mom or dad or the kids or whatever, they might come back out there as they finish up and be able to have like a good meal. Right now, there's not really enough capacity in our existing building to go do that. And so we are looking at, once the rooftops are there with Dry Creek, Avamore, this development, we're trying to hold some of that traffic, not having to travel back into town.
But it'd be more ins and outs for the golf course, though.
It would be more ins and outs, but I could do that regardless if this gets approved or not. I have the
Well,
ability
you
to do
could
that.
apply to expand.
I would have to apply to expand, but it's pretty much permitted outright.
And last question would be, the 89 homes there in the north development, that's kind of a number that you need in order to make it financially feasible?
The 89 is a number that, as I mentioned earlier, is a number that's derived from ACHD and that local road that already accesses there. And the previous development of those 10-acre parcels, there were 11 plus 89, that's my 100.
Okay.
So I believe that it will be profitable, and I actually, now that I've got my hands wrapped around that, I really think it's going to be a very interesting, unique product that has some really nice estate houses without making big sprawling homes and all that on there by being constrained and remaining a lot of open space, way more than what the application talks about.
But you would need a certain number up there because you're doing a lot of development, just the improvements that the road, getting the wastewater in and out of there, or not the wastewater, but the water.
Yeah,
going up.
taking the water up there is a big cost. You're having 2 pump stations and then a water tower to get the necessary water up there and then providing the pressure for it. So that is a big number.
Okay. To be paid, I mean, you need that number there to make it work.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Colson?
Just a little more background on the property. I've played the golf course. I've been here a long time. DBSI, you bought the land from Shadow Valley, for Shadow Valley Estates from DBSI back in the day? Or is that kind of how that all, originally they were the owner. I mean, I know it very well. Originally they were the owner. Originally they were going to do the exact same thing as what you were doing.
Yeah, DBSI, so it's a little bit more complicated. What DBSI was doing was putting together like TIC groups, so little
Sure.
investment groups.
Yeah, I knew what they were doing.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead and explain that. So
Yeah, so they would go put together these investment groups and they had a Ponzi schemes. That's what DBSI did. So what happened was on this particular property, they put together an investment group and then sold it. And I think they actually resold it for way more money fraudulently. And so those people got held.
Right. I'm just asking how you.
I'm
how you
partners
se-
with them on portions of this.
Yeah,
They're
how you
still in there.
secured the property, and the reason I'm going with that, yeah, you bought it in 2020, and the golf course and everything else, and you developed Shadow Valley Estates. But what I'm kind of getting back to, this goes way back from 2020. I mean, we're talking 2006, 2008, 10, 12 era, that they were going to gun for this out of the gates. I mean, this was always, in my opinion, it was always something that was going to eventually come down the pipeline.
Yes, that's exactly
If you
right.
knew the history on the property.
Yep.
Or did the research. Okay, that's all I was asking. I
Yes,
was
sir.
just clarification. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any additional questions? You may have said this, are you developing Spring Creek to be a more easily accessible road off of Highway 55? Is that the plan?
Spring Creek, ITD is going to require some turn lanes in there to make that better than what it is. But this is what I anticipate what will happen there, and like maybe I'm going to be wrong or not. But once we get this development done, if you're going to be turning and coming back into Eagle, you're not going to go out to 55. You're going to probably come through my development, get to Brookside, go to the light, and go out. If you're thinking you're going to go up to McCall, yeah, you'll go that way and you'll turn right and go out. And maybe you'll go that way periodically to left when you know the traffic is light on 55. But if you think the traffic is heavy at all, you're not probably going out that way. You're probably coming through the newly constructed roads that I will be building, if this gets approved.
Okay. Any additional questions? Hang on, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're not ready to close the public testimony portion with respect to this project, and I'll open up the floor to the commissioners for a motion in favor or against the project, and then we'll invite discussion by the commissioners. Just for my clarification, this is going to the board, correct? Yes, okay. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just a point of clarification with Mr. Letson.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Letson, say that it was considered to approve this project, sans the stone crossing portion of it, because that seems to be blurring the line of kind of what's going on here. Would that be considered a outright denial, and then it would come back, or how would that happen?
Chairman, Commissioners, you could opt to exclude that portion of the development at this phase. And the board could make the final decision to say, we actually think it's okay to keep it in there. So I don't think you have to deny the entire development. I will say with planned communities, there is a certain amount of commercial that we try to incorporate into them for the purposes that you've heard tonight of trip capture and being more of a self-sufficient community and offering commercial uses to the future residents. So, just keep that in mind. There is kind of some code that's saying they need more commercial out here. So if it was kicked out here, we might have to explore more commercial on the golf course or something like that. But you could exclude it or recommend it be excluded, and the board could make the final decision.
Quick little follow-up. Would a variance cover that hypothetically?
I don't think a variance for a comp plan future land use map really makes any sense.
Well, I mean, as far as needing the commercial bit of it.
Oh, yeah, so there is a section of the code that allows waivers by the board to reduce requirements for commercial, other things like that. And I think we have some of those at play here. Brent can probably speak to that better than I can. So yeah, the board could say, we're going to approve this planned community with less commercial, and this is one of those waivers, we're going to grant that based on concerns we've heard or things like that. So it is an option.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, so pending a motion from one of my fellow commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Blitman?
I move that based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law, that we recommend approval of project number 2024-024-02-701 PCCPA to the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. Commissioner Blitman, would you like to speak on your motion?
Sure. When I originally got this packet, I didn't want to like it. I don't like properties that aren't connected to public utilities when they're in the middle of other properties that are connected to public utilities. And I didn't want to like the project. As we worked through the project, I felt like there's a lot of good coming out of it for the community. I like having the trail system. I like having the additional commercial sites to capture some of the trips. ACHD has looked at it and they're recommending, some good ideas to increase the the access to the property. So I like the project better at the end than I did at the beginning for a lot of those reasons. So I feel like it's been thoughtful. If we can keep the footprint around the house is small, that means less water that's necessary to do all the landscaping. I realize that this area looks a lot different than it did 20 years ago with all the other properties around it. And it would be something if it wasn't this, and I think this is a pretty thoughtful approach. I do think that the commercial property, is it Stone
Crossing.
Stone Crossing, it's got a history, and I was here for some of that history, and so I've heard from some of the people in the audience before. I think having it be part of this development would provide some additional oversight. The developer would be working with them to make sure that they're doing the things that they're supposed to do, and it would be in much better shape than just being on its own. So that's the reasons I am recommending approval of this project. Even though when I started, went through the packet yesterday, I was ready to recommend denial. But as I've heard all the comments today, I'm recommending approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman. Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine is this is step one, and so it's still got a ways to go. I agree with the points that Commissioner Blitman has pointed out as far as the pluses. I have a lot of problems with a lot of it, just that hopefully can be resolved later on, but the small acre lots up there in that northern section, just using mostly 1 to 2 acre parcels up there, and to put 89 homes with 89 septic tanks is it's just a little troublesome for me to put that up there. But with Avamore is going to be coming in from the north, and so there will be a lot of development up there. Hopefully, Stone Crossing will come through. It's kind of the way that building's set up, the way the area is there. I don't know if it'll be what it needs to make a lot of changes in order to be something to actually serve that neighborhood. But if it is done right and there is good commercial in there, it could be a nice place. There's going to be a lot more traffic. A lot of the things that have been done are going to be done. The extra stoplight down there on Dry Creek, the widening of 55. There were 4 different things that were being done to help mitigate the traffic problems over there. But it's still, what I have a problem with is the number of homes, is the total number on both sides. It's the water usage it's going to be a problem for that area. But this is the first part. So I think there's things that can be done to make it to work, make it more acceptable to the area. So it's just, let's go on to, let them go on to step 2. That's about it. I approved it. I mean, I'm for the approval, but I have a lot of problems that hopefully can be ironed out later.
Any additional comments, Commissioner Murphy? Or Commissioner Birch? Murphy? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, condos next to a golf course in general are very appealing. But it kind of depends on where that golf course is also. I was just up at Quail Hollow actually getting a Father's Day present for my dad, and noticed they had nice larger size homes there, kind of up in that little neck of the woods, and they seem to be doing okay. I'm not for lowering the lot allowance on this to something that really looks less than but it's pretty much putting R4 on rural residential area. I mean, I'd be for this if they kind of kept it a little more to the conditions of the area that has been there for a while, maybe larger lots. So the lot size is what discourages me. I like the northern bit of it. That seems like it's kind of out there and nice, nice size, and kind of fits in with the neighborhood well. And so I'm a fan of that. But the condos, the small lot size, kind of turning it into a small Arizona community, is, and by that I mean they have a lot of golf courses and stuff, and they have little condos and stuff, and they've got golf carts riding around and having a good time. This doesn't seem like the place for that. And then secondly, the Stone Crossing, which I mentioned earlier, it seems like that should go through its process of getting conditional use permit and solving the problems that it's had for many years. If they decide to do a deal and, after the problems are resolved and kind of up the capacity from 250 to fill in the blank, I have no problem with that. But with that new, it seems like with this new, I guess, area that they're trying to do, this new community, if they're adding more commercial spaces in there, it seems like they might need to add more, sound buffering for the neighbors just to the south, if they're going to be having more people there and doing more things and having more activities there. So those are my thoughts and why I'd be a no on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what Commissioner Murphy just said. And also Commissioner Scott, or Chairman Scott, when you had mentioned putting the cart before the horse, I was thinking exactly the same thing. The concerns I've got are multiple, and I compliment the applicant on a very thorough presentation and being very candid. I'm confident Mr. Kine knows what would make a project like this economically successful. However, as Commissioner Murphy has said, my concern also is, even though the code provision about significant adverse impact on surrounding properties is not applicable here, the concept is applicable. And this will have a significant adverse impact, much more so than if the properties being developed were placed on 5 or 10 acre parcels. You wouldn't need the commercial. You could go ahead and build it out. Now, the applicant may say, well, that wouldn't be as profitable, and I have no doubt that that's probably true. But nonetheless, the standard should not be that you put in something that is most profitable at the expense of other people who have built their lives around zoning that they expected to remain in place. The only reason we're having the discussion here is because our approval is needed, and the Board of County Commissioners' approval is needed for this project to go forward. What I would prefer to see is, I would prefer to see this be tabled, brought back, see what could be done about minimizing the adverse impact on the surrounding properties. I particularly agree with what Commissioner Murphy said about the multi-use properties. To have almost a fourth of the properties that we're talking about here, the homes, be multi-use is just insane to me to put it in this area. To say that that would not have an extremely negative impact on the other properties that are in this area is just complete nonsense. It absolutely would. And Mr. Kine was very forthright when I said, would you agree to eliminate amplification there? And he said no. And I'm confident the same answer would be given if you said, would you be prepared to eliminate the multifamily here? I'm also convinced that would be no. It isn't true that by not approving this project, that the property there is worthless. It is still extremely valuable property as lot sizes that are consistent with the other properties outside of the golf course community proper. And to start putting multifamily in there will not only affect property values, but it will greatly affect the quality of life of the people that are there. And so my recommendation would be table it, have the applicant come back with something that would be more reasonable and not so greatly adversely impact the other people that live in the area.
Clapping. Does Commissioner Colson, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. I'm looking at this project and knowing the history and looking at everything on this. I think it's, to be honest, what I love about it is the water part and looking at water management of it. And my concerns on that is honestly minimal, because right now, I mean, he's pulling, half a million gallons of water a night, which is going to end up coming back. So it's 97% of that is going to be filled in by the water coming from these houses later on. So it's very, very minimal in a grand scheme when it's all built out as far as that goes. I think the reasons that the multifamily is, in my opinion, is a very vague term of really what's going on in there. I mean, I'm a guy that looking at multifamily is thinking, okay, we're doing 3 stories with 1,000 square foot apartments, and I don't believe that's what's going in there. I believe that there's more of a duplex type of thing that's going in there. And in my opinion, out there, I'm looking at it as older people going in there and being able to afford something that they can stay in and enjoy some of that amenities as well. Now, and that's just my take on it. I think all in all, with the surrounding areas, with looking at what Avamore's doing, and Avamore is a planned community that takes a lot of all that into consideration. It's just not all big houses. It's not. It is going with smaller houses up there. So I mean, in my opinion, I think that this is well diversed. I would like to see a little more of the communication with the water going up Silver Creek, Spring Creek, for those guys, and a little bit of help other than those other 2. But all in all, and looking at the whole thing, I think it, in my opinion, it is a good project, and I think it's going to end up happening, whether it happens now or later on. And I am actually I'm for it.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Avamore is definitely, the big boy in the block. And they have a great water system. I've spoken with the Avamore team out there, and it's incredible what they can do with that water system. There's no doubt about that. Excuse me. However, they were in kind of the middle of nowhere with no neighbors around them also. So they kind of had carte blanche to really do what they needed to do. In addition, they are halfway in between Eagle and Horseshoe Bend, so it made sense for them to have a gas station, and I think they got a restaurant and a Quickie Mart or something like that. That makes sense. They're not offending anybody. They're doing their thing. They're out there. That makes sense. This is a little bit different because encompassing the project site on the south side there are people who have been there for quite a while as well. So that would be a big difference there. Another big difference is that the Chevron on Beacon Light and 55 there is, I don't know, maybe a mile or two away. And then there's plenty of restaurants and amenities a couple miles away. I get it's nice having a coffee shop and all that kind of stuff and having a condo. I just don't think it fits, and I don't think this is a valid comparison to Avamore. But respect Commissioner Colson's thoughts on all the water stuff, which he knows more than me about. Thank you.
Commissioner Colson?
Yeah, a couple of things else I'd like to address is looking at this is, I'm trying to think how to more or less word this, but the reason I like it more, I mean, you got Dry Creek that's tying up to it that are smaller lots that are as well. So, I mean, as far as it tying into something, yes, it's great, and then the biggest bottom line is, in my opinion, if it's somebody's property, they have the rights to do what they like with that property to some extent. The bottom line is this is a very, very long process. We can approve it to the board, to the elected officials, and they could turn around and shut the door on it. And to me, those are the guys that make the big decisions. Those are the guys that get to really look and really tell. And I mean, their answer, we're just a recommending body to them. They're the ones that are going to know more. They're the ones that can be like, you know what? Let's go ahead and table it. Let's go ahead and send it back. Let's go ahead and have staff review it. And I mean, you're looking through probably 5 different hearings before this thing gets finalized. So I think it's us allowing it to go up is going to allow it to go to the governing body that's going to make the final decision, make the harder questions that they obviously know more than us, and they're going to listen to what we're all saying. And so that's my reason of even more of saving approval and time, because the bottom line is we can sit here and deny it, and we know appeal process is coming down the road. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Can I comment
Commissioner
again?
Blitman?
I do appreciate a lot of the concerns about water, and I do recognize that we're not the water experts. There's other people that are the water experts, and so in making my motion, I am assuming that we are leaning into those experts to make the decisions on the water. And the same thing with the streets. We're leaning into those experts to make the decisions on the streets. And understanding in the plating process, the preliminary plat is just kind of an outline. This is kind of what we want to do, and it's an opportunity for everybody to give their input to the developer. It's going to go through this preliminary plat, and then they're going to come back with some more final things. And so this is not the last time we'll have the opportunity to provide input on this development. So I would not want us to table it. They've got a lot of road to go to before we get there, unless we have specific things that we want to table it for. So that's my recommendation.
Any additional? Commissioner Wickstrom? Commissioner Wickstrom?
I'm going to sound flaky here, but I agree with possibly, and just to be fair to the developer, and so that we're not bouncing him around from one idea to another, it'd be nice for him to, when he goes to the next step, to be a little clear on what would be wanted. And I'm looking at my list of negatives, and it far outweighs the positives. But I agree, I'm uncomfortable with the density, especially on the northern development, and that's a shared concern up here. And I was thinking we'll just catch that the next time around, but to be fair to him, it'd be nice to catch it now and say, we're not comfortable with what's going on there as far as 1 to 2 acre lots on that much, in that kind of, with that many homes up there. And then just with Stone Crossing, they seem to have a little problem with making things work for them. I've been by there, it looks like a nice place, but it's a completely different situation to have a hotel and a retail and restaurant. And I don't know if they've got the resources to make it happen. So I'm reconsidering my approval for tabling.
Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, I appreciate exactly what Commissioner Wickstrom had just said. And I can't speak for Commissioner Murphy, he can certainly speak for himself, but one of my big concerns is the density of the housing going in there. And I recognize that may make this project more economically profitable, but at the expense of other people that are in that area. And so if I were going to say, well, this is the direction I'm giving the developer, I would be giving the developer the direction of come back with something that is not extensive multifamily housing, not almost a quarter of the proposed housing being proposed as multifamily. And then we can see whether or not the public is as much opposed to this as some of them are currently. And also, I would like to see the water issue more thoroughly addressed at this point, not somewhere down the line, because I've heard enough about it that I'm concerned about it.
Any additional? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then just wanted to bring up a thing about the commissioners are the elected officials and the big boys in the room when they're here. But we are the recommending body. However, we are the recommending body, and so we should recommend something that's amenable to lessen the burden of an already burdensome job, which is the county commissioner. And I think that's the whole purpose why we're here, is to at least give them more info, look at it a little bit deeper, give them something to chew on. And so, with that, I think this needs to, I agree with Commissioner Birch on the tabling of this, because it hits two big things for me that I would rather present something cleaner to the commissioners and then have them table it, maybe, I don't know. Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, it sounds like, you could introduce a substitute motion, and if it's seconded, then you could take a vote on that and decide if.
Yeah, I was about
tabling
to get to that. I was going to chat myself, but yeah, Leon's right. So I just let everyone else talk before me. Anyone else?
And as a reminder, any split vote is a denial.
Yeah, that's
So
what I was
just
gonna
know
say.
that. Even if there was an approval on the table, which we currently have, and there's 3 for 3, that is considered a denial, a recommendation of denial for the project. So that's what we would bring forward to the board, is that it was a split vote, a denial based on a split vote, and we would state all the reasons for the split vote, but the findings would reflect a recommendation of denial.
It's
So just-
still going to the board no matter what.
Yeah, and there's no appeal of your recommendation. It's automatically, no matter what happens here, it will be forwarded to the board. Tabling obviously doesn't forward it to them right away, but eventually you'll have to make a decision on the project, so.
Yeah.
So I guess that'd be a question.
Any additional comments? So my comments are, here's the thing. I personally don't have any problems with the project. My issue is, again, the cart before the horse situation. There's clarity on agreements that have been stated were supposed to be made with Avamore. We don't know where those are at. Agreements with people, those 36 people, we don't know where those are at. I do not want to deny this, but I really do not want to approve it in its current state because of this idea of leaving a lot just on the table of assumption for the future. And here's the thing when it comes to these types of hearings and things like that, the minute you start rolling down the path of yes, the no's become harder and harder down the road. So if I'm not in favor of a denial. I'm not in favor of an approval, and I agree that a table is necessary because there's a lot of clarity that I'm missing. I wrote several times that the secondary agreement, West Data's numbers, West Data didn't even provide number, these are numbers coming from them specifically, the applicant specifically, and then I heard, well, it's supposed to be young people, but then I heard it's supposed to be old people, so it's just a lot of murkiness that traditionally, when I have murkiness, I don't want to make a final decision that impacts either side. I want to clear up that murkiness. So that's where I'm standing right now. If it does come specifically to a vote to approve, I'll vote against it because I think a table is a better approach personally, so that we can make a better decision. And if the applicant comes back and is like, hey, here's the plan here's the agreements with those 36 people or houses, or here's what I've done further, and they still aren't coming back, here's what I'm doing with this connecting road to Avamore, the agreement's there, great. I don't have I think the actual stuff, it looks pretty good. I'm a person that when it comes to housing, I think we do need more housing, so I don't have as much heartburn about the multi-use. It is a bit much, but the Boise Metro has like 800 and some thousand people, so trying to isolate these islands of when you're still within the Boise impact is very difficult. So I'm just, as of where I stand right now, I would be a no on the current motion, but I would be more amenable to a table with direction to seek more information.
So, Mr. Chairman, with those comments, I would be open to withdrawing my motion and making a recommendation to table this project to July 17th, 2025, letting the applicant come back with additional information and realizing that that will mean another public hearing.
Yeah,
And so we will have to hear from everybody.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lot of work for everybody, but it seems like four of us have those questions. If I think about the multifamily, my mom just moved into a really nice over 55 community with really nice townhouses. My father-in-law lives in a really nice townhouse. Just because it's a townhouse doesn't mean it's a inferior product. And so
No,
some of those comments kind of make me feel bad that both of my families are living in townhouses. And so anyway, that's just my comments. I would be open to that, to give the developer more time. I think the water with the neighbors is an important issue that you guys brought up, and I think the connections with surrounding areas is important. But
yeah, and to be clear, I think Dry Creek is just house upon house upon house. Avamore's house upon house upon house. So it's not like we're drastically changing is what it would be. But like I said, I want to know more about alleviating many of the neighbors' concerns about some of the other things. Yes, I would like to know a little bit more about the water situation. Fully understand Commissioner Colson knows quite a bit, but I think that more in the line of the agreements that were supposedly verbally made or are supposed to be made as future conditions, where that goes, that's kind of where I'm at. But again, I'm not in the position where I think this is entirely bad. I think it's not bad at all. It's just, I don't know is the problem, so.
Mr. Chairman, the thing is, though, that we're trying to be more fair to the developer, but without a little more guidance. He's saying, okay, well, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to see and do?
Well, and that's where I guess it'd be a direction to staff to seek out more information.
I think I can craft a motion.
Yeah, and that's what it would be, part of the motion is what it is.
So if you're okay with me withdrawing my
Yeah,
motion,
go.
I could do another motion unless,
The concern I have, Commissioner Blitman, is that 1 month is not enough time.
That's what I was.
Those people that are opposed to the project need an opportunity to rally the troops together, meet with the developer, talk to the developer about what is a compromise that will work for all of them. Because if they don't compromise, one side or the other may not get what they want. And so I would push it at least 2 months, maybe even into September.
I'd say probably 2 would be good. I think that's adequate.
It's better than one.
I thought one was a bit short, but honestly, yeah, I think, but it is up to you on the motion.
It would be August 13th if that was.
I would be, I could make a motion for August 13th.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, one second, before the motion is made. And then just to clarify, we're adding specifics for the developer. So what I heard was agreements that the chairman brought up, more clarity on that. The connecting road. Mine was lot size. I'd like to include that. Also stone crossing, and then water, and then density were what I had in mind. Does that kind of closely match what you were gonna motion?
I wasn't going to specifically address, the density on the whole thing is 1 acre, it's 395 homes on 560 acres. And so it's got a lot of open space. It's just a different concept.
I think a lot of the information, well, so the beauty of 2025 is this is going to be on YouTube, so a lot of the questions can be reviewed, because there's a lot of them, and trying to put it all into one motion, correct me if I'm wrong, would be difficult.
Chairman Commissioner, we would like probably some clear direction. So if you're split on lot size and density, then you probably need to hammer that out a little bit more, but I know we've been at this for a while, so I think you could encourage the developer to explore lot size and density, and that's a bit ambiguous, but it seems like there's a few of you at least that would like to see something different maybe there. So that's as vague of a recommendation as you might be able to make.
Consider.
I think we're in agreement on water, like figuring out the water for the neighbors and having that clarified. And I think we're in agreement on the access to the adjacent subdivisions.
And then I'm interested in school, because got 4 kids, but I'm like a school situation, like with the.
And I can help you with that based on other information, but
Well,
that number's not outlined.
Well, it sounds like some of these other commissioners are wanting to know a little more explanation on the multifamily stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's something you guys should add in your motion. I mean, I understand it, but I think multifamily is a very vague thing. You can be, I'm gonna do a 4-story building, I'm gonna have 90 doors, in it, right? So, or I'm gonna do duplexes on a 6,000 square foot lot, or is that 6,000 square foot lot a 0 lot line, and it's truly 120, and it's 6,000 square foot lot for each dwelling? Those are the clarifications that you might be wanting to be looking towards, because that's what I'm hearing from a lot of you guys, is more on that multifamily and the concern there.
Yeah, so it'd be water, multifamily, what was the other thing? Schools,
Mr. Chair, I would say the agreements, which you brought
the
up.
agreements, that's right, yeah.
The connecting road, the lot size / density, but we can go with density.
Yeah.
I can cross out lot size. Water, which everybody is in agreement. School is what you mentioned.
Well, it was just the school age question, but
Just-
it's whatever.
We can find that out. And then my issue was the stone crossing as well, to find out what they're gonna put there.
Or
and
define plan on
And just like, let's figure something else out on that.
Okay, so we've identified 5 things. I would move that this be, this project number 2024-02701 PCCPA SVP LLC be tabled until August 8th. Was it 13th?
13th, yeah.
August 13th, 2025. We asked the staff and the developers explore or provide additional information on the providing of the water to the adjacent residences, the roads, what the roads are going to look like, and then the school numbers
Agreements.
and the agreements with the existing subdivisions and the, what else did I forget?
Density
And the density
and the stone crossing.
and the stone crossing.
Yeah. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Whitman.
I will second that.
Commissioner Murphy has seconded. Is there any additional discussion that wants to be had on this? All those in favor of tabling to August 13th, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, it is tabled to August 13th. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. As of right now, since we've been at this for almost 3 hours, we will go ahead and take a 10-minute recess so people can refresh themselves.
Ish.
We'll we'll go ahead and bring everyone back in. He's going to get his computer unlocked. In the meantime, we can go on to move to the next item of unfinished business, and that's item 2024-2590-ZC-DA-S-PR, and that is Epic Development. And we turn over to Ms. Haynes for the staff report.
Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2024-2590-ZC-DA-S-PR is a zoning ordinance map amendment and development agreement to rezone a property from the rural residential district to the rural urban transition district, as well as a preliminary plat and private road for the Costello subdivision, a 7-lot subdivision. The property is located at 12200 South Hawk Haven Avenue and contains 35.17 acres in the rural residential district. The property is located close to Kuna city limits and abuts the approved but undeveloped Spring Rock planned community. The property is within Kuna's area of city impact. Most of the surrounding property is residential or agricultural uses, with a non-conforming 1-acre subdivision close by. The property is currently zoned rural residential, which has a 10-acre minimum requirement for new properties. A rezone to the rural urban transition is required to have a subdivision with 5-acre lots. The private road is also included, originating from the end of South Hawk Haven Lane Avenue to provide frontage for each of these lots. Included in the preliminary plat is also right-of-way taken out to accommodate 2 future planned collector and arterial roadways along the north and east boundaries of the subdivision. In order to approve a rezone, the proposed new zoning district must be compatible with the applicable comprehensive plan. In this case, Kuna's comprehensive plan designates the area as low-density residential, which the proposed rezone to 5-acre RUT is compatible with. Additionally, it is less dense than some of the already developed 1-acre properties that were platted before we had a 10-acre minimum in this area. Furthermore, the City of Kuna Planning and Zoning staff submitted a comment that they had no objection to the application. The application was transmitted to agencies concerned with the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as neighbors within 1,000 feet. ACHD commented that the proposed right-of-way for the future roads would need to be changed to a no-build area or easement, as there is no existing road for the right-of-way to connect to. Central District Health commented that a land development application would be needed to be submitted along with fee per lot, test holes, and full engineering report. Idaho Department of Environmental Quality commented with general advice and no specific comments to the application. The county engineer initially commented with a request for additional information in the form of a well adequacy supply evaluation to make sure the potable and irrigation wells have an adequate supply for the subdivision while not affecting other wells in the area. The applicants prepared a detailed well supply study that is included in the exhibits that show there would be no impact to wells in the area, which the county engineer approved. And again, City of Kuna had no objection to the proposed rezone and subdivision. There was one comment from an adjacent neighbor submitted with concerns about the proposal. They were concerned about the new proposed wells, as they had already had to drill a deeper well for their own property. They were also concerned about irrigation, as the property is already currently within an irrigation co-op, and leaving the irrigation co-op would have a negative effect on the pricing of their irrigation system. They also own and operate an event center and wished that all sales agreements for the lot acknowledge that they are buying a property next to an event center so that the new owners do not affect their existing conditional use. Staff finds that with appropriate conditions, these concerns can be addressed. The wells were evaluated with a well adequacy supply evaluation, which was approved by the county engineer. If the applicants must submit a detailed irrigation plan that shows they will not affect any existing irrigation system that serves other properties, or if they wish, they can remain within the existing irrigation system. concerns about the pricing when leaving the co-op, as well as the request for sales agreements to include a clause about the event center nearby, fall more under private agreements that the applicant can decide on. Staff finds that the application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the Planning and Zoning Commission. This presentation will be known as Exhibit Number 46, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Does the staff have any, or does the commission have any questions for staff? Commissioner Birch.
Yeah, just a quick question. The closest subdivision to this property is where? Is it that, there used to be, there's a subdivision at the southeast corner of Cuna Road and Cloverdale that used to have its own water tower. And those are on fairly small lots. Isn't that the closest subdivision to this?
Positive if this is the same subdivision you're referring to. There is this 1 acre subdivision here,
I
which
think that's
is
it.
on its own water supply.
Yeah, I think that's it. And so nobody is really adversely impacted here, other than possibly the question about the well water.
As far as what our engineer has reviewed, it doesn't look like there would be an impact from this development.
Thank you.
I've got a question.
Commissioner Blitman?
So you said that there's another development that's coming in that's above that. Can you put that back in? So that's that whole
Is that Rock Creek?
Spring Rock, yes.
Spring Rock that's been developed, that's been approved, or the preliminary plat's been,
It's, the planned community has been approved. I don't believe we've had any plats come in for it yet.
Okay,
So
just the
it's still
concept.
in that concept phase, yes.
Okay.
We've had one preliminary plat, but no final plats.
What is that
Yeah.
development called in the yellow?
Spring Rock.
Spring Rock.
Spring Rock, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll let you know that I know Gary and Kim's Briggs because our kids went to school together, but it's not going to impact my vote today.
Okay.
So,
Any additional questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Haynes. We'll go ahead and turn it over to the applicant for their presentation. Please state your name and address. You'll have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Todd Lakey with Lakey Villegas Law, address 141 East Carlton, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Maybe I make sure my clicker works. We good here? Let's see. Yep. Okay. Commissioners, I'll start by thanking Ms. Haynes for her staff report and her analysis. She did a great job in reviewing this property and demonstrating its compliance in her staff report. I'll go kind of over a few of the high points and emphasize a few things in my presentation. But this RUT zoning with 5 acre lots, we're in a very appropriate location for this zoning. Not everyone wants to live on urban lots or city lots. This is providing that rural lifestyle in an appropriate location for those that want to have that more rural estate type lifestyle. We are in the area of impact for the city of Cuna, and their comprehensive plan supports this application for the 5 acre lots. This is a small project, 7 lots, and it will be very nice, high quality homes, comparable to some of the newer homes that have been built out there. I've done a lot of projects with Mr. Langston and Epic Development, and as I said, he does a quality project. The CC&Rs we're looking at proposing a 3,400 square foot minimum as far as the home size. This location within the area of impact is where growth has occurred. I'll go over that a little bit more, but it's also planned and will be occurring in the future. And that is part of the character of the area, but this will help maintain that more rural character of the area for a little bit longer into the future. It's consistent with the character. It's less dense than some of the rural estate type lots that are out there, and it's some of it is also, there's smaller lots that are out there, both larger and smaller lots compared to ours. So it is a small project, pretty straightforward, 7 lots, very basic, straightforward design. We'll be extending a private road into the subdivision that'll be maintained by the homeowners. It'll be an expansion up from the South Hawk Haven Avenue, and I'll go through that as well. But before I get there, these are some of the homes that have been in the Epic Developments Keep. It's called the Keep in Meridian. It's more city-sized lots, but a very nice project. These are the types of homes that we're looking at for this project. And then these are some of the homes, commissioners, that are out there currently on some of those 5 to 10 acre lots that are there. You can see very nice quality rural type estate homes. So we're going to be very comparable with that. So as was described, Amelia kind of talked about this. This is kind of an extension of an existing neighborhood. And the stars are the subject property. I put those on there because I'm going to show you some photographs. We'll be looking north on Hawk Haven, and then we'll take a left on Lost Horse, and then go south on Lonnie Avenue. And it's kind of all kind of connected, as I said, in that neighborhood. So the first look is from Cuna Road looking north up Hawk Haven toward the subject property. And then the next photograph to the right in the top, that's kind of the end where it starts to turn into Lost Horse. And you can see where that would be extended, the private road would be extended. That's the subject property. You can get a little bit of lay of the topography that exists in the area. And then the lower photo is turning left there on Lost Horse Lane. And you've got some 5 acre lots in there to the right, a little bit older in that location. And then here is Lost Horse. You can see the Lost Horse intersection with Lonnie Lane. And those are the 1 acre lots there to the south. And there's the intersection. The next photograph down is looking straight down Lonnie Lane. As was mentioned, those are 1 acre lots. The homes are a little bit older and smaller. A lot of them were built in the 70s or 80s. And then the last photo is down at the end of Lonnie looking back north up Lonnie Lane. So that's the neighborhood. As far as the character of the area, Cuna is approaching. They're about a quarter mile to the west as far as city limits. This is basically, it's an RUT zone, which is a transition zone, correct? So we're the last transition between the city of Cuna moving this direction and then the public lands, which are immediately adjacent to the east. So this zoning is designed for exactly what we're doing, to provide that transition from the city development that's coming to the public land. We do have the Spring Rock Planned Community that was mentioned. I'll talk a little bit more about that immediately to our north. We have the existing residential development, both smaller and larger, and we're consistent with that. And there's also still agriculture in the area, but that's what impact areas have. And then the public lands. So this is the Spring Rock Planned Community. This is their future land use map. So you heard as to where they are. They're still in kind of the early stages. But this yellow area that you can see there, commissioners, that's designated in their future land use map as residential homes. That's the name of the designation. And that in their comp plan provides for up to 6 dwelling units per acre. So we're talking about something a lot more dense than what we're looking at as far as our project. So that's Spring Rock. There's Cuna's future land use map and their comp plan. Again, the property, subject properties under the star. They designate the area, the yellow, as low density. That's their designation. And in their comp plan, it's designated to put low density in their outer edges of their impact area to provide, again, that lower density in that transition. The orange, or excuse me, the low density, I'll mention that it's 2 dwelling units per acre. So again, we're less dense than that, but we fit with their comp plan. The orange is medium density, so they can have single family homes, duplexes, row houses and cottages, and then the blue is public lands. And that orange medium density is essentially where they've annexed out to. So specifically as far as lot sizes, again, the star property, that's the subject property. We've got 5 acres immediately, 5 acre lots immediately to our west. Then the 1 acre lots to kind of the southwest. We've got 10 acre lots down south. And then south and west, we have 5 acre lots you can see in there and another 1 acre lot project. And then the city of Cuna, that's their city limits, and that's R6. Again, 6 dwelling units per acre. So commissioners, you know, the Local Land Use Planning Act talks about areas of impact being where growth is supposed to be focused and occurred. And RUT is a transition. So we're doing both of those things, meeting the comp plan and also the intent of the Local Land Use Planning Act, along with compliance with the county ordinances. It's also where agriculture and rural estate type lots coexist and do so compatibly. No negative agency responses. Amelia mentioned that. ACHD approves the connection with the private road to their public road. And I believe, based on the staff report, that that's been approved. We only have 7 lots, so very low traffic generation being generated, a very low level of service in this area with low density development. City of Cuna, no objection. It fits with their comp plan. The groundwater evaluation. We're not in an area of drilling or groundwater concern, but there was the one resident that mentioned a concern. So we did perform, also at staff's request, but we performed that groundwater evaluation. And their study and evaluation found that these 7 wells would have negligible impact at 100 feet. I think it was like 0.1 foot. So negligible impact. We're not in a nitrate priority area. They also did water quality testing and it meets the standards. That evaluation studied more than 50 well logs within 1 mile, those 3 domestic wells that are in close proximity. And then they also did groundwater modeling of the capacity and the impact in accordance with current standards. So that groundwater study was also accepted by the county engineer. Lastly, we do have existing irrigation water rights. We'll utilize those in a pressurized system, and we'll submit that irrigation plan for approval with the county. With that, commissioners, again, it complies with the county requirements in both your subdivision and your zoning ordinance and CUNA's comprehensive plan. We agree with the conditions of approval, and we'd ask for your approval. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Blitman.
I just recently looked it up for my house, so I know that a well can irrigate up to a half an acre. Are you planning on pressurized irrigation being all of the irrigation outside or just the portion that's outside the half acre?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Blitman, just wanted to confirm, but our plan is to have pressurized irrigation utilizing that water right, which covers the entire property. So that's what we would be using for irrigation. The wells would be for the domestic use.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Colson.
Yeah, thank you. I got one question. I saw one concern there about neighboring conditional use permit or whatever, amusement facility or whatever they got going on there, that they were asking that you guys put in there on the lots that you would not, that it'd be known that they can't argue or however they wanted it put as far as their renewal or anything else like that. Is that something you guys are opposed to, or have you guys looked at that address, or?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Colson. So yes, I know the county doesn't like to get into CC&Rs,
Sure.
But we are willing to do that. We'd be happy to add that notification in our CC&Rs that they do operate a wedding event center so people are aware and won't be complaining.
Perfect, thank you.
Any additional? Commissioner Wickstrom.
Thank you for your patience tonight. So with that irrigation district that's near there, they're worried about their financial position if they pull out. Was there a reason why they wouldn't want to continue to tie into that irrigation system?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Wickstrom, I think we're still evaluating how that irrigation system is going to operate. There's a potential for one pond or multiple ponds. So it's going to be pressurized, but the exact formation of it, I don't know that we've made that decision yet. So that's kind of where we are.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That being said, we'll turn it over to the community here. If anyone has, I have no one on my list here, and I'm assuming no one's online. So if anyone has any comments. Oh, did you know? It's all right, just raise your hand. I don't want to look at it, whatever. but you may have signed up in the applicant section. It's okay. Please state your name and address.
Gary Briggs, 9,000 West Cuna Road. I own the property that is on the southeast corner of this property. I have almost 1,000 linear feet of property line that we share. I am also the president of CUNA East Water Corporation. I have a first issue. I wish they would have applied for 5 7-acre lots. The lots directly west of her, they're not 5-acre lots, they're each over 6 acres. So to fall more in line, we have 10 acres, 15, 15, 15, 18, 22. Miss Peters is the only one who has a lot that was approved that's less than 5 acres. So she's got a small lot there that's part of this development, but we're not going to fight them on putting 7. My concern about them putting 7 lots is they're going to drill 6 more domestic wells. They're going to use the one well that is on the lot that Ms. Peters owns. So on their 7 lots, they're going to dig 6 new wells. And that property is part of the CUNA East Water Corporation. It makes up 22% of our income, of our revenue that we get to run the corporation and pay the power bill and pay for repairs. And if you don't mandate that they tie in with the existing water corporation's water, the well there is designed to irrigate that property. And if they drill their own well, we have a huge fear they're going to dry our well out. Your little report said there's not a problem with wells. My well went dry. I had to dig it 100 foot deeper 3 years ago. 2 people down the road had new wells, had wells that went dry. They had to dig deeper. There are ones at the end in that Lonnie Lane subdivision. The other one just maybe a quarter mile farther away. So there is a serious problem with people's wells going dry. I would ask that if they think there's no problem, then they should have no problem with committing that if any of our neighbor wells go dry, they'll help us re-drill them, because they're going to be putting 6 more wells in, and they have a lot more money than us, so they could probably drill deeper and pull the water out of our wells. So that's a big concern we have, all of us in that area, is how it's going to affect our wells. That Slick Rock project, that thing, we didn't receive any notices after a couple of the meetings that there were still hearings on it. We were waiting to see. We thought they gave up on it. So that being approved was news to us. And we're very concerned about that water, because they've said they're just going to they're going to relocate their wells. Well, that's just another word for they're digging new wells, because their existing wells aren't good enough to run the subdivision. And the well that runs this water organization, our Kiwi Water Corporation, that we're on the hill, on the ridge above Black Rock. They're right over the ridge from us. They're going to drill wells in the valley. Our well is on the top, because 50 years ago, this property was all gravity irrigated. We switched that gravity irrigated pump over to a high pressure sprinkler system when they subdivided it all up. And we're worried that their new wells will dry up our big irrigation well.
Okay,
But
so
I guess
thank
that's
you,
already
sir.
been approved.
So, does anyone have any questions for this gentleman? I do have, go ahead, Commissioner. No, you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, Mr. Briggs, in your...
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Sure. Mr. Briggs, in your water corporation, how many people, how many residents are within that?
We
How
have
many
10
properties?
We have 10 properties. Within the corporation, and
it's a neighborhood kind of corporation,
it's
right?
the CUNA East Water Corporation. It was established in 1973 when they subdivided the farm.
Okay, thank
And
you. And then, so that's your neighborhood association corporation.
It is the
Yeah.
CUNA East Water Corporation.
And then you're concerned that they're pulling out this particular property had a deal with your corporation and they're pulling out? Was there some sort of terms or like?
Well, the corporation our income is by shares. Each acre that you own, you get 10 shares of the corporation. We levy the shares to pay our power bill and maintenance. Her property, 35 acres, makes up between 21 and 22% of the shares, which means she provides 22% of the income. If
And then
they
just a quick
pull out-
question, and just to follow up on that, is there like some sort of agreement that people sign to be within this corporation, or is this kind of just a?
No, if you want water from that well, which everybody has done for 50 years,
So it's if you want water from that well.
they take the
Okay.
water. This property, for the last 50 years, has gotten its irrigation water from that well.
Okay, thank you.
And so our concern is if they don't tie in with us, at least for the irrigation, then we're going to lose 22% of our revenue. We may have to valve our pump down because we won't be irrigating as much acres as we're set up to do. And valving the pump down will solve the water pressure issue, but it won't solve the power bill for the pump because the pump will just be pumping pressure against the valve in order to not over-pressurize the system. Now, our water master got ill today. He's been in contact with them, and he sent me a text saying that it was already a condition of their permit that they do remain tied into the CUNY East Water Corporation. We know they're gonna drill 6 domestic wells, but our concern is they're gonna try to irrigate the entire 35 acres off a separate well.
Thank you so
Because if
much.
they do that, they're gonna bankrupt the corporation.
Thank you. Commissioner Blitman?
Tell me about your event center and what kind of disclosure you'd like to see.
Well, we stood before you guys in 2017 and got a conditional use permit to turn our big horse barn into a wedding venue. And so we have a conditional use permit that says we're only able to operate Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday and Saturday is 10 till 10. Hard music shut off at 10, and then lights out at 11, so the people have to be cleaned up and gone by 11. But we have a decibel meter that we don't allow the DJs to go above 100 decibels. But if it's warm and the barn doors are open and it's a real calm night, that noise, they're probably the lot 3 and 4, or maybe only 400 feet, 300 feet away from the barn. And so they're going to, Friday and Saturday night, they'll hear music. And we have weddings throughout the year. Our barn's heated and air conditioned, and we planted trees and made a circle down there expecting in the future someday that would happen. So the houses that would build there wouldn't be able to see the wedding venue from their backyard. But if we're playing music, they're clearly going to hear it. And I used to be a farmer out in Nampa, and we saw a lot of these subdivisions or people moving in with these 5-acre lots next to the dairy or next to a 100-acre field that I was farming. And then 3 of them complained to the county about the dairy. And then next thing you know, the dairy's gotten restricted that's been there forever. And they moved into a place. So we want these people not to be able to say, hey, they make a bunch of noise at night. They need to know that before they buy it. So if they buy it, they know that we have a wedding venue there, and they bought it anyway.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Does the CCNRs, they said in their CCNRs they're going to notify every neighbor that's going to come out?
Anybody who's a potential buyer, let them know that that's it, or it can. We don't want them to not tell them there's a wedding venue there and then find out after they bought it there is.
Okay.
That's our concern. It took us 2.5 years to work through this whole process to get it done. It was very difficult to get it done, and we don't want to have to. It's been very successful for the last 4 years. none of our current neighbors have a problem with it, but we specifically bought that property because it borders the BLM, and her property, there was nothing all the way up to the top, over down to where the new subdivision's going. We specifically bought it because it was not near anybody else that we would bother.
Okay.
And we don't want that to change.
Any additional questions? No. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay.
Is there any?
But can I ask you a question? Is it a condition of their permit that they have to tie in with us? That's what the water master told me.
We'll ask the staff when it comes to our staff questions after public testimony. And
Okay.
see what that looks like.
That's the corporation's concern.
Okay. Any additional folks in the crowd that wish to provide testimony to this? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff for the commission's questions. Any commissioners have questions of staff pertaining to what we've heard? I guess I do have one, I already know the answer, but just for the edification, what is the situation with that water corporation?
So, so the condition is that the applicant provide a detailed irrigation plan that shows there's no impact to the existing irrigation co-op. For example, any easements or any lines in that property, any new irrigation system has to not affect that, not that they have to tie in to the corporation.
Can that impact be interpreted as financial impact?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay.
I would probably not interpret it that way.
Yeah.
Applicant's
I'll ask the
representative,
applicant.
but we can't force people into agreement.
No, I understand. I'm just kind
Would
of,
our well going dry be considered an impact?
You can't really talk right now.
we'll address, like, we're hashing that out right now. We're addressing all of that. So we'll ask we have the applicant coming back up to answer questions. Is there any additional questions for staff? No, seeing none? Okay. We'll go ahead and bring the applicant back up for rebuttal. You'll have 10 minutes. Please state your name and address once again.
Amelia, could I also get our slides back up? For the record, again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Todd Lakey, address 141 East Carlton, Meridian, Idaho, with Lakey Villegas Law. And I'll just bring up. I'll start there. Commissioners, just again, to emphasize the character of the area, we have residential density at 6 dwelling units per acre, and the planned community approved for the future in that Spring Rock planned community.
Speak into the microphone. I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
I'll try to do better here. And then the future land use map for the city of Kuna, low density, 2 dwelling units per acre, and then the character of the area. Commissioners, we fit with that character of the area as far as the lot sizes. You've got 1 acre lots, you've got 10 acre lots, you've got 5 acre lots. And RUT is intended as a transition with the city and the planned community in this close proximity. RUT is the appropriate zone and provides that good transition. So we fit with the character of the area. As far as the groundwater, again, we've done the groundwater study. They did modeling. They looked at the 50-plus well logs and found that impact from those 7 wells would be negligible. And again, the county engineer reviewed that and found that to be appropriate. Our static water level is 240 to 270 feet down, and these wells are going to be about 400, so well below the top end of the static water level. Commissioners, as Amelia addressed it, things like CC&Rs, a private water corporation, those are things that the county shouldn't be requiring. Our obligation is to make sure that we don't disrupt water flow and an existing system with whatever it is that we're doing. We have to make sure that folks can still get their water. We are evaluating whether we use that or not, but again, that's kind of our decision. We have a water right that is applicable specifically to our property. We have the ability to drill a well. If we're not using their well, then we're not burdening their system. Yes, they may not get the contribution, but they're also not getting the obligation to maintain and provide and do those things that the corporation would have had to do in the past if we are a member of that corporation. So don't think that the requirement or a mandate is appropriate from the county in that context or in the CCNR context. That said, we are happy to include, and we will include, a notification regarding the event center in our CCNRs to make sure folks are aware. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, that's all I have. Again, I think we meet the requirements in your code. We'd ask for your approval. I'll answer any other questions if you have them.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Birch?
No, go
Oh,
ahead,
Commissioner
Blitman.
Commissioner Birch.
So, Mr. Lakey, I'm assuming that the evaluation that you're going to be doing about whether or not you use the irrigation system that already exists will have to include a study of that well and a determination that it would be more economical to use that than to drill a new well or put in a detention basin or whatever it is you're planning on doing. So it would make sense that you would evaluate it, but not necessarily that you would tie into it, because your evaluation may turn out, you say, no, we're uncomfortable, we think that well could fail within a certain period of time, we don't think it's deep enough, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Birch, you're right that there's various things that would go into our decision as to whether to stay and use that well or use a new existing well for our subject property. The age of the pump, the location, our desire to have potentially a new well that we have more direct control over for our property, all of those things that would be part of it. And certainly I'm sure there's an economic component to it as well.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Obviously, Mr. Briggs's comments are known. I'm wondering, have you had an opportunity to sit down with the CUNA East Water Corporation and have conversations around your plans?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Blitman, I don't know myself the extent of the conversations that have been had regarding whether we stay or go or what we ultimately design. So I don't know. I guess I can ask my client if you'd like me to.
I just didn't know if that was part of what you'd done already.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, so my understanding is my client has met with the corporation several times and will be incorporating those discussions into their decision.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
All right, with that, we'll close the public testimony portion of the meeting with respect to the project, and I'd like to open up the floor to one of my fellow commissioners for a motion in favor or against the project, and then invite discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Murphy.
I'd like to, based upon the findings and fact conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I recommend I make a motion the commission approve project 2024-0250-ZC-DA-S-PR, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and the preliminary plat dated February 20th, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Commissioner Birch has seconded. Commissioner Murphy, do you want to speak on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just keeping it simple here. It's a nice, looks like a nice development, keeping it 5 acres. I noticed catty corner, there's properties at about 1 acre also. I understand Mr. Briggs' concern about the corporation, but it's just not it's not up to Mr. Lakey to be held to that or his development to be held to that. Seems like a well thought out plan and would fit into the community. So that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is I think this development will, as Commissioner Murphy said, enhance the area. I mean, I think it's they're going to be beautiful, expensive homes, and they will add a lot to the character. So I certainly vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none, I really have no comments as well, so we'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 I also say aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, everyone, for your time on that one. We'll go ahead and move on to new business. Item number, yeah,
I need to recuse myself of this
Okay.
application.
all right. Commissioner Colson's recusing himself from this new item. Item number 2025-00368-ZC-DA-S-PBA-PR Arctic Spruce Subdivision. And we look to Ms. Owens for the staff report.
Okay, I'm going to make this one quick. So this application, you can see the project number there, is for Arctic Spruce Subdivision. It's an application by Centurion Engineers. It is for a 2-lot subdivision. The project is located just east of the intersection of South Cloverdale Road and West Hubbard Road. It's within CUNA's area of city impact. The property addresses are 11267 West Hubbard Road to the north. That's that parcel that's outlined in red to the north. The one to the south is 11199 West Silverhawk Lane. The northern parcel is where the majority of the project is proposed, and it totals approximately 10 acres. It's bordered to the north by West Hubbard Road and to the south by Silverhawk Lane. I did want to go over just a couple of unique site characteristics. There's a natural gas easement that runs through the middle of the property. There's some irrigation infrastructure that's present that will be protected by easements. And additionally, as the southern portion of the property has some farmland of statewide importance if irrigated. Just to give you a little context of the current zoning is rural residential. The requested zoning is rural urban transition. This does align with CUNA's future land use map, which designates this area as agriculture with a minimum lot size of 5 acres, which is what they'd have in the rural urban transition district. Just quickly, this does comply with CUNA's comprehensive plan and Ada County's goals for small-scale agriculture in areas of city impact. The first thing that's going to take place is a property boundary adjustment. From the southern property, they're going to take approximately 0.15 acres and allocate that to the property to the north. The property to the north is around 9.8 acres right now. It's going to increase it to about 10.02 acres so that they can have 5 acres for each of those 2 lots. Now it's the subdivision and private road application. So it's going to be that 2-lot, 5-acre lots for the subdivision for Arctic Spruce. They are requesting a private road extension as well. So you can see West Silverhawk Lane down there at the bottom. There's a cross hatching that moves across the bottom portion of the property. That is going to be a 40-foot wide easement that's proposed. It's unimproved right of way. That's what they want. They want to do an unimproved private road extension. The reason that they want to do it unimproved is because there's some floodplain that's located at the bottom of the property. The idea is that they would be able to have frontage on a private road so they can meet those minimum requirements for rural urban transition, but they don't actually have to do the improvements of the private road, and it can instead take access off of that existing cul-de-sac. The application was transmitted to the relevant agencies. A lot of the conditions are very standard. They're going to need to protect those irrigation ditches that are on the property. There was no objections from the city of CUNA, and they agreed to the reduced roadway easement width. The associate engineer is requesting that some borrow ditches be installed, or otherwise they find alternative compliance with the engineer's comments, and that they fix a few errors and inconsistencies in their plat notes. Boise Fire wanted a turnaround and at least 1 fire hydrant required. The applicant is working with them to meet alternative compliance, possibly through fire sprinklering. It does comply with the comprehensive plan. The county surveyor wanted some really minor corrections, and Ada County Highway District had standard conditions. That's what's reflected in our conditions of approval here, including our standard conditions for final plats. Staff does find that it complies with Ada County Code and recommends that this body recommend approval to the board, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Does the commission have any questions for staff? Commissioner Blitman.
Does this existing subdivision have CC&Rs that will apply to the new people, or did they not have CC&Rs?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, so they would be able to do new CC&Rs for the new subdivision.
So it's not in an existing subdivision?
It is within an existing subdivision, and then it's being re-subdivided. So they referenced the existing CC&Rs in their plat notes, but they're able to do their own CC&Rs.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Thank you, Ms. Owens. We invite the applicant forward for their presentation. Please state your name and address. You'll have 10 minutes.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name's David Crawford with Centurion Engineers, 2323 South Vista Avenue in Boise. I appreciate staff's, Michaela's report on that. She went through it very quickly and very diligently and very thoroughly. She explained everything in about 3 seconds. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even hear her breathe. I just wanted to say I'm not here to elaborate much. This is probably the smallest project you've seen in quite a while. It's a 2-lot subdivision that's compliant with the underlying zoning code along with the rezone and the property boundary adjustment. Just stand before you tonight saying we believe we've got a great project that fits well within the area. With the resultant actions, it's going to be conforming with the county zoning code, and we stand for any questions you have, but we respectfully request your approval or recommendation for approval tonight.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Birch.
So Ms. Owens said that this was farmland of statewide importance if irrigated. I'm presuming it does have irrigation rights. Is that correct?
Commissioner, Chairman, yes, I believe that it is irrigated. There's irrigation that we're protecting with easements on there, so it'll continue to be irrigated.
And so even though there will be more housing there, it's probably still going to continue to be used as farmland, at least in part. Is that correct?
Chairman, Commissioner Birch, yes. The resultant parcels will be 5 acres each, with one single-family residential home on each property. So there'll be adequate room to have a hobby farm of some kind that would continue to be utilized for some type of farming.
Great, thank you.
Any additional questions?
I just wanted to talk about your neighborhood meeting. What kinds of questions do people have?
Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, I did not attend the neighborhood meeting, so I'm going to have to consult my notes, but I did see that we did have a neighborhood meeting and that some people signed in. So I didn't review those before coming to you tonight. Forgive me, I've got a lot of paperwork in this file, so excuse me while I find that. Aha. That's our master application. So our neighborhood meeting was held on January 22nd. It looks like the owners and representatives of our office, along with a couple of the neighbors, showed up. So there was 2 neighbors that showed up to it, and I'm looking for my neighborhood meeting notes. And I'm not seeing a summary of that in here. Well, right now I can't speak to exactly what was said but it was, there was a couple of the neighbors that showed up, and I didn't note any objection in our narrative. And I suppose we could ask staff if there was any objection from the neighbors.
Mr. Chair, we've not received any objection from the neighbors or any comments for that matter.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? No. Thank you so much for your
you.
testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff for further questions from the commissioners. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we can invite the applicant back up for a rebuttal if you have anything additionally you'd like to say. He has stated no. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I look to one of my fellow commissioners for a motion in favor or against this, and we will have a discussion. Commissioner Wickstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, the Commission recommend approval project number 2025-00368-ZC-DA-S-PBA-PR, subject conditions of approval and attached as Exhibit A and the preliminary plat dated April 11, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Wickstrom. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Blitman has seconded. Commissioner Wickstrom, do you want to speak on your motion?
Just briefly, it complies with the comp plan, that the size is appropriate at the 5 acres. I think it's kind of nice that they have two different access points, that are not having a shared road to get into the two properties. And there was no objections from the city or publics.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman.
No comments.
Any additional comments? I don't have any comments either. We'll go ahead and move to a vote. All those in favor of this project, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, the project is approved. Moving on to the next item. Next item is actually an item that the staff is recommending table, so we'll go ahead and just run through that real quick. Item number 2025-00469-ZC-DA-S. Again, staff has recommended table to July 17th. Do I have a motion on that specifically?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table project number 2025-00469-ZCDA to July 17th, 2025.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Murphy has seconded. Does anyone want to speak on the table?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the table to July 17th, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. All those opposed? Motion to table carries. We'll move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair, should we invite Mr.
Oh,
Coulson?
that's right. My bad. I forgot again.
We had him beat 5-6 anyway on that last one.
Yeah, I was going to say that we're almost at our 10 o'clock, which we usually don't take projects, but these both feel like we
Yeah,
can
we'll
get
be
through them
fine.
really
I'm
quick. So
good.
I would like to recommend that we just move on and get through these last two projects.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think we're good.
We don't want to have people come and
That'd be really
stay all
terrible. Be
night and then
like-
have to go home. So,
Sorry, we have to get our commissioner that recused himself to come back. So, and then we'll move on to the last two. Thank you so much for your patience. That first one was rough. So,
It was rough.
yeah, that was a long one.
and we get to hear it again?
Yeah. Whose idea was it to table? No.
Yeah, I'm like.
All right.
Throwing it upstairs.
We tabled without you. Sorry, I forgot you were gone.
That's good.
All right. Next on new items, we have new business. We have item number 2025-00709-CU, COVA Remodel and Design, and we look to Ms. Dupuy for staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Stacy Dupree with Development Services. Project number, as you just stated, is for a conditional use permit for commercial riding arena, and the applicant is COVA Remodel and Design. And he has been very patient listening to all this tonight. So this project is located at 1866 West Daney Lane, contains 10.36 acres in the Rural Urban Transition District, and is a Meridian's area of impact. The site is generally located west of Linder Road and south of Amity Road. This project is to construct a 3,154 square foot cover for the existing riding arena, which is shown there on the east side of the property. As the size of the proposed structure exceeds 2,000 square feet, it is considered a commercial riding arena. However, the owners of the property are just wanting to use this for personal use to be able to ride their horses year-round. The application is in compliance with Ada County Zoning Code as the proposed riding arena complies with the findings for conditional use and the specific use standards for a commercial stable and riding arena, which are the parcel exceeds the minimum 5-acre requirement. The site has a parking and turnaround area for horse trailers that precludes them from backing out onto the roadway. And as conditioned, off-site catering must be approved by Central District Health, which they are not proposing, but it is a condition, so it's been included. Noticing was sent to affected agencies and surrounding neighbors, and the property was posted as required. There were no objections from the agencies. There are some conditions of approval, some of which include the building permit must be required for the structure, the restoration of disturbed areas, and a final inspection by the associate engineer. And Boise Project Board of Control requires a full-size hard copy of the drainage and irrigation plans, as well as standard conditions, noise, all the stuff which are included in the findings of fact and conclusions of law document. There were no comments received from the public in objection or favor, so we're good on that. And staff recommends approval of this project. This will be added as exhibit number 20, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from staff or from commissioners? Seeing none.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bowman.
You said this is this already has a conditional use permit? And this is a new one, or this is a?
No, this is a conditional use for the covered area for the riding arena.
But
So,
there isn't an existing one?
no, they have an existing arena, but because it's over 2,000 square feet, they have to have a conditional use. So it just meets the standards.
Okay.
Is that what we're trying to get to? Sorry, it
Well,
meets the standards for
So
it.
have they gone through this process before? Okay, so this is the first time going through the process. That's what I just wanted to understand.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question. So and I could look at it here, but save me the time for scrolling down to it. The notice of the hearing, did it say the word commercial in it?
It does, yes.
Okay, so the neighbors that got the notice, they could have seen, yeah, it could be a commercial arena, and they did not object.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? No, seeing none. We invite the applicant forward. Please state your name and address. You'll have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Nathan Hendrickson, 2302 East Cara Ann Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. There's not much I can say that Stacy didn't already say for me. I will admit I feel a little bit out of place here, but just trying to build her an arena for residential use only. I don't know where the commercial use thing came from, but all she's looking for is a covered area to ride her horses in inclement weather. So,
Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Birch?
Do you board any horses on your property?
no.
Okay, so they're all just your horses?
Yeah, she trains for dressage competitions, like personally.
Okay,
Yeah, no other people will be riding there or anything like that, so.
okay, and, no, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I always ask the neighborhood meeting, so did you have a neighborhood meeting? Did people come?
We did. One neighbor came, and his only question or concern rather was if there's going to be like lights after night or any amplified music or anything like that. Like we were going to be hosting rodeos, and we settled that pretty quick.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much. We'll now turn it back over to,
I just wanted to add a point of clarification, because I know that this comes up every time we get one of these for personal use, even though it says commercial riding arena. That's just a function of the way our code is written. Any covered arena, I believe it's over 2,000 square feet, is kicked into this commercial riding arena. However, that used to not be a big deal, but now that we collect impact fees for commercial structures, the acknowledgement by the property owner that this is only personal use allows them to avoid those impact fees. So we have that clearly stated in the findings that it is for personal use, not for commercial use. So it's a big thing for them, because these structures would trigger probably a $5,000 to $10,000 impact fee that most of these people don't want to pay if it's just for their own personal use. So they kind of give away that commercial right, even though we're calling it a commercial riding arena. It's a function of an old, poorly written code that we're trying to clean up. But I just wanted to try to clarify that for you, if that helps at all.
So,
go ahead. Yeah.
so if the property, say for example, the applicant sells the property to somebody else, and they come along and they say, no, we want to actually train here and have it be a commercial, would they then have to come back to us and say, there's going to be people on there that don't live there?
Yeah, Chairman Commissioners, that's correct. To make full use of a commercial riding arena, it would require them to kind of reopen those findings. There are some smaller scale allowances through large home occupations where you can have on-site training of limited numbers of people. That would be another alternative forward for them. But yeah, if they wanted to, as a gentleman here said, host a rodeo or something, that's definitely going to kick them into something that would need to reopen those findings and that sort of thing. So it's a tricky thing, and the impact fees really have, again, been the thing that's kind of driven people to be like, no, this is really just for personal use. Don't charge me that commercial fee for my building permit. And so we've had a lot of discussions around this lately. So
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I would just like to, point out that item number 9 in the conditions of approval does state specifically that it is only for personal use unless approved by Ada County, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your time. We'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff. You don't have to stand up here. It's
Okay.
okay. Good, we'll turn it back over to staff for questions from the commissioners. Any additional questions for staff? I guess I forgot to ask, is there anyone in the crowd that wants to speak on this? I don't think, all right. 2 gentlemen in the back. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to the applicant. Usually we have a rebuttal period if you'd like to add anything more, or if you're good. You just, okay, he said no if you can't hear the mic. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and close the public testimony. And I invite one of my fellow commissioners to make a motion in favor or oppose, and we'll discuss.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Blitman.
I move that based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained therein and the testimony from the public hearing, that the commission approves project number 2025-00709, CU, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A, dated June 12th, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Wickstrom got in first. Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. Commissioner Blitman, do you want to speak on your motion?
Yeah, thank you to Stacy, and thank you for the applicant for pulling this all together. Clearly, this is for personal use, and we want to let people make use of their properties. So that's why I voted for it.
Commissioner Wickstrom?
They're just covering an existing arena already that's already there. And fortunately for the neighbors, it looks like there's a building next that they have that'll block the view of it anyway, so I don't think anybody's going to see it. So.
Any additional comments? I don't have any comments either. With that, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Blitman's motion, say aye.
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 And I also say aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you so much for the applicant and staff. Move on to our final item. We have item number 2025-00713-CU-MSP. This is Edwards Corey, or Corey Edwards. And we look to Mr. Holton for the staff report.
Mr. Chairman, I've grew up in Cuna. I know the Edwards family for a long time, but that's not going to make a difference on my decision today.
Is there anybody from CUNY you don't know?
There are, because there's 30,000 new people, but
Almost there, Commissioners.
All right.
Planning and Zoning Commission, project number 2025-00713-CU-MSP is an application for a conditional use and master site plan for an outdoor RV storage facility. The property is located at 5042 West Amity Road and contains approximately 121 acres. It is within the Rural Urban Transition District and within Meridian's area of city impact. The outdoor RV storage facility is proposed to be roughly 2.8 acres. All other adjacent properties to the project site are under the same ownership and are considered one property for development purposes. Neighboring properties are residential and agricultural in use. This slide shows further context of the 2.8 acre project boundary in relation to the property. This slide shows the site plan and alternative landscaping plan, which features storage space for 83 RVs, 3 parking spaces, a drive aisle, and existing structures. No new structures are being proposed as part of this application. The applicant has requested an alternative landscaping and screening plan. The alternative landscaping plan includes an approximately 8,000 square foot area with 3 to 5 coniferous trees and a sunflower patch. Also proposed is to use existing landscaping and display an antique rake. Staff finds that this alternative landscaping plan is justified. The alternative screening plan includes a 6-foot-tall wooden fence along the southern boundary of the proposed storage facility. Staff finds that the alternative screening plan is justified because the nearest properties to the north, east, and west of the site are a quarter of a mile or more in distance. The alternative screening plan will screen the facility from West Amity Road and neighbors to the south. Some of the agency comments received were ACHD commented that a traffic impact fee is due prior to the issuance of a building permit. A driveway approach request for any proposed driveways must be submitted. Comply with the standard conditions of approval. And the Ada County building official commented that any new building, a new building permit will be required in the event that any new structure is built. The Boise Project Board of Control commented that local irrigation, drainage ditches, and pressurized irrigation lines that cross this property must remain unobstructed. Storm drainage and street runoff must be maintained on site, and no discharge into the live irrigation system is permitted. Central District Health will require an accessory use application, a fee, and a detailed site plan to be submitted to them. The Meridian Fire Department will require on-site fire department access into and throughout the area, and fire flow shall be verified for the proposed area. No neighbors provided comment in favor or against this project. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the commission. This presentation will be an exhibit to the record, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Is there any, or Holtum, sorry, there's an M at the end there. Is there any questions for staff from the commissioners? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and invite the applicant forward. I've been giving 10 minutes. Apparently that's wrong. I'm supposed to give 15 minutes. So you have 15 minutes for your,
At your discretion.
I guess, 15 minutes for your presentation. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Corey Edwards. I live at 5220 West Amity Road, Nampa, Idaho 83687. I really don't have anything to present. Doug did a great job, so I appreciate him, but I'm willing to stand for any questions that anybody has.
Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Can you show on the map up there exactly where it's going to be? There's a, oh, there we go, thanks. Fantastic, okay. I couldn't tell from
So where's the sunflower patch? Right there in front of it?
in the,
In this area right here.
Yeah, it's in corn right now, but it'll alternate depending on the season.
Okay.
and you're going to have fencing around it then, and just that square that's there.
Yeah, there'll be fencing around that, but it won't be the screened solid wood fence.
Thank you, Mr.
What kind of fencing will it be?
It will be panels that has in the past has been used as a horse corral. So it'll have gray panels around it. But we don't have as much livestock as we used to, so I don't think it will be used for a horse corral anymore.
And then tell me about when people come to get their RVs or whatever they're storing there. It's like how that will work.
Okay, so you can see on the right side of the screen, there's that wooden archway. That's the entrance into the storage area. We will have, there's a rolling gate right there. We're going to replace that with one that's automated that has a code that people can just punch in a 4-digit code and it will let them in and then close automatically. And then they'll go in and park their trailer. We'll have the individual stalls marked, and so people will go to their designated area, drop their trailer, and then come out.
And so what hours can I come get my trailer?
That our working hours will be, I believe, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So, and that'll be 7 days a week.
And did you have, one more question, did you have a neighborhood meeting?
I did.
And nobody came, or does somebody come?
I had one last year. We started this project last year and it got put on hold. We did have some neighbors come last year and they were all in favor of it because they wanted their property values to go up so they could sell their property. This year, no one showed up. So, and the neighbors that we have talked to about it don't have any problem with it.
Are there other storage units close?
No. Oh, actually, I take that back. Yes, there is one about a mile to the east on Amity Road.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll turn it back over to staff for questions from the commission. Any questions for staff?
Do we have requirements about the fencing? Like what kind of fencing is standard? That
Usually we require wooden, but because this property is so big, the alternative landscaping I think is justified. So the wooden fence will only go on the southern boundary to block the view from Amity Road and the neighbors to the south, but not entirely around the 2.8 acres because that seems a little excessive.
Okay. I just wondered what it was, so.
Any additional questions? All right. I keep forgetting it because there's no one else here. Is there anyone in the audience has anything additional they'd like to say? I mean, the kids can say stuff too. But, all right, seeing no one, we'll go ahead and invite the applicant if you have any additional things you'd like to state. If you do, you need to come all the way forward for the microphone.
The wooden fencing is also going to be on the east side to provide some separation and privacy from the existing barnyard area.
Okay.
So, I don't know if that matters or not. But.
All right, is there any additional questions? All right, based on that, we'll go ahead and close the public testimony. And I look to one of my fellow commissioners for a motion. Commissioner Birch?
Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, the commission approves project number 202-500713-CU-MSP, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A in the master site plan, with the modification of the landscape plan as proposed by the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Any second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Colson is seconded. Commissioner Birch, do you want to speak on your motion?
This makes perfect sense to me. I mean, it's not permanent, and I used to pass that when I was coming into work every workday, and so it's going to be kind of hidden back there. There's absolutely no reason not to do this.
Thank you. Commissioner Colson?
No, I think it's a great spot, and I appreciate him doing it the right way.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I just want to say thank you for being the last person of this very long night. Appreciate your patience. With that being said, we'll go ahead and bring this to a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Birch's motion, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you so much to everyone, especially staff for the long night. I do need to have the minutes approved from May 22nd.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the minutes from May 22nd be approved.
Blitman has moved the minutes be approved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Murphy has seconded. All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. Turn it over to Commissioner, or Mr. Letson.
Yeah, thank you. I noticed we actually left this part off the agenda, but I'll do it anyways, and I'll do it really fast. This is just a review of last night. So we had a accessory use and variance to allow an existing secondary dwelling to expand beyond its 1,200 square foot maximum. That was approved. The gas station out there on Amity and 10 Mile that you recommended approval for was approved by the board ultimately as well. We had a conditional use master site plan and variance for unique use in the Cuna area. It's an animal sanctuary called Domini Farms. You may have seen a billboard asking for donations. Someone who cares about barnyard animals that have been neglected, abused, or just people who can't take care of them anymore. Got approval to run that operation officially and do a slight expansion with a new barn for horses. Let's see, there was a vacation and a variance for an existing shed that had been built without permits, so kind of a retroactive ask for forgiveness so they could do other permits on the property. The board ultimately approved that as well. And then finally, there was another secondary dwelling with a variance to exceed the maximum lot coverage, and that one was approved as well. So with that, thank you, and I know it was a long night, and thanks for powering through. That was impressive, the last 4 items in like 25 minutes, so good job. Yes?
Quick question. When does the rewrite go in front of the illustrious commissioners?
Yeah, that is slated for July 30th.
And is anybody going to plan on going to that at all, from the board at all? No?
Well, you're all welcome to, as
I'm
residents
coming.
of Ada County, and
I'm going to
you
show
know.
up in opposition.
Was that July what again? I'm sorry.
July
sir.
30th.
July
But you
30th.
know, Jim sent a letter to him, so I'm gonna do a dueling letter to.
Yeah, well, no, so I mean, again, you're all residents of this county, you're all subject to that code, so no problem if you participate in the process, like Mr. Birch has, so. But yeah, it's the standalone item on the July 30th hearing, so it'll be a long night, but at least there won't be other things that have to be heard as well, so.
I do have a weird question. So I was on the commission that I wasn't here. I drive by it. There's a weird situation where I see a Boise City, and this is on that curve that turns into Lake Hazel. It says Boise City has a hearing. Right next to it is our sign that was for the hearing in May. And I'm wondering how does that work?
Is Lake
Ours
Ha-
is for like an electrical station, a substation or something.
Okay. Oh, Lake
then
Hazel and
Boise-
Orchard.
And then Boise City has one. It's like there are two signs next to each other.
This is through that new locale development.
Yeah, right next to locale.
Yeah, I think they have industrial park out there that they are.
So like to the left of the road is theirs, and then to the right is.
Yeah,
ours?
actually, so that is an interesting area out there. There's a lot. So locale is in the city of Boise. It's not in our jurisdiction. So that was all brought in several years ago. And there's a lot of it along that Orchard access road up to behind the airport that is in city limits
That's right.
as well.
Boise School District takes.
Yeah, it's really kind of like a mixed bag out there as to which jurisdiction you're in. But
I just saw that and I was like, I kicked over Boise's sign. I was like,
well, that's actually illegal. You should go put it back up. But
I didn't do that. I just
Trying to build a house on the four corners.
I was like, boo.
Yeah, you're gonna get a misdemeanor for that. But.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you guys, and we'll see you. So, just as a heads up, June 26th, the one item, as I mentioned to everyone, is being tabled. So, if all of you want to attend virtually, except maybe Mr. Scott, or you're not going to be here.
I will be. It's my anniversary, but I'm not doing anything because it's Thursday. No one does anything else.
During the meeting, if you want to pay Rod to cover that for you, or however you guys are going to work that out, it'll be 5 minutes. And we might have some members of the public, but we're getting the word out early that it's being tabled indefinitely. So we're hoping that.
I'll come in. It'll give me a chance.
Let us know what you need.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, you are, other than a chair, everyone's welcome to attend virtually if you'd like. I just need a quorum. I need 4 people there. Or, yeah, 4. I still need 4 people. So, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
$50 an hour.